Hello dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell, so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. This experience is one that has stayed with me for quite some time. When I was younger, I used to attend a summer camp organized through my former preschool and kindergarten. The school was a part of a large estate originally built and owned by Charlie Ruggles, the actor who played the grandfather in the original Parent Trap. The woman who purchased the estate and started the school was absolutely fantastic, though I can no longer remember her name. She was the kind of person who went all out for the kids. For Easter, she would arrange for the Easter Bunny to visit the school, and during Halloween, she transformed the entire basement into a spooky witch's lair, where we could make poisoned candy apples. With her long black hair, often wild and untamed, and outfits decked out in sequins, she was larger than life, full of magic and joy. But as warm and kind as she was, she didn't tolerate misbehavior. Timeouts were handed out swiftly when needed. Sadly, she passed away when I was about 7. But her daughter, who had already been working at the school, continued to run it just as her mother had. Life at the school went on, and so did summer camp. One day, while my friends and I were waiting to leave for our field trip, we decided to sneak into one of the back parlor rooms. We knew the teachers kept some of the storytelling boards there. These were off limits to kids, but we were curious and rebellious. We slipped inside, turned on the lights, and made our way to the farthest corner of the room. There was a bench attached to the wall that we climbed onto so we could reach the boxes with the story pieces. As my friend and I were reaching up for the boxes on the shelf, the lights suddenly went out. At first, we thought our other friend was playing a prank on us, so we looked toward the door, ready to scold her for messing with the lights. But instead of seeing our friend, there stood the woman we all knew had passed away, the founder of the school. She looked as solid as you or I, but she seemed to emit her own light, glowing softly in the dim room. Dressed in one of her signature black sequin dresses with her wild hair cascading around her face, she stood there, hands on her hips, just like she used to when she was about to scold someone for misbehaving. My friend and I froze, still on the bench, our arms extended toward the shelves. All we could do was stare in shock and fear. It felt like an eternity before my other friend, standing just in front of us, let out an ear-piercing scream. She bolted across the room toward the second door, and as soon as she did, the lights flickered back on. Both my friend and the woman were gone. Needless to say, my friend and I scrambled out of that room as fast as our legs could carry us. We never looked back. I continued attending summer camp at that school until I was 13, but I never saw her again. I made sure to behave myself at all times after that. In 1961, the world was a different place. I had roller skates with metal wheels, one bike, and an endless imagination to keep me entertained. My days were filled with outdoor adventures, pretending to be a pirate sailing a great ship or an acrobat in a traveling circus. I spent afternoons at the park or lost in the pages of library books, and when the sun set, I would settle into my window seat, ready for what the night would bring. You see, the nighttime was when things got interesting. Even as a child, I had a keen sense for the supernatural, though I didn't quite understand it at the time. I'd wait until I heard my mother's bedroom door close, signaling that she was finally asleep, and then I'd quietly slip out of bed and sit by the window, staring into the darkness. I felt safe, even excited. I wasn't scared of the shadows, because none of them had ever tried to hurt me. They just passed by, seemingly unaware that I could see them. It became a kind of game. I would watch for wandering spirits as they floated through the night, passing by houses, occasionally drifting into ours, but never lingering long enough for me to catch them. It was as though they were as curious about the living world as I was about theirs. That is, until I saw him, the ghostly dog. The first time I spotted him, I was mesmerized. He was beautiful, with a silky sable-colored coat, possibly a golden retriever or something similar. He trotted by my house, wagging his tail as if he was happy to see me, and then he vanished into the night. I like to think he was my ghost dog, and I eagerly watched for him each night, hoping for another glimpse. When he didn't show, I'd feel a pang of disappointment. Then, one night, he stopped outside my house. He stood on the front lawn, wagging his tail like he wanted me to come outside. Stupidly, and without thinking, I did. I quietly sneaked out of bed, careful not to wake my mother, and tiptoed out the back door, barefoot and shivering from the cold. I didn't care, I just wanted to see the dog up close, to pet him. But as soon as I stepped onto the wet grass, I knew something was wrong. The dog saw me and turned to face me. He was big, almost as big as me. I froze. He looked different now, darker, as if he was cloaked in shadows. His once friendly face had morphed into something menacing, and he lowered his head, a deep growl rumbling from his throat. I took a step back. He took a step forward, and that's when I saw it, his grin. It wasn't a dog's smile anymore. It was something far more sinister. The growl became a low, guttural snarl, and I knew I had to get away. I turned and ran as fast as I could, hearing his paws pounding behind me. I barely made it through the back door before slamming it shut behind me, my heart racing. Of course, the noise woke my mother, and she was furious. She dragged me back to bed, scolding me for sneaking outside in the middle of the night. But even after her lecture, after the click of her bedroom door signaled that I was once again alone, I couldn't resist. I scrambled out of bed and back to the window. He was still there, pacing on the front lawn, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, saliva dripping from his snarling jaws. It was then I realized, this wasn't a ghost dog. This was something else. Something evil. In Sunday school, we learned about deceivers, about demons that could take on different forms to trick the living. And that's what this was, a demon. It had taken on the shape of a dog, luring me outside, waiting for its chance. But I wasn't going to fall for it again. He came back every night for the next week, pacing back and forth under the streetlights, daring me to come outside. But I stayed inside, determined not to let him get me. Then one night, he was gone. Just like that. I didn't miss him, though. I never wanted to see him again, not out there in the dark, waiting for me to make another mistake. Looking back, I realize how close I came to something truly dangerous. I wasn't so eager to have a dog after that, real or otherwise. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. This is a continuation of my experience at the house on 2nd Street. I didn't include this particular event in my first story because it was unlike the other encounters I had. If you've read my first story, you know that this took place about a month after I heard the voice in the parlor, and before the Halloween party. For context, these events happened 10 years ago, when I was renting a Victorian house in downtown San Jose. That night, before I turned off my light to go to sleep, I scanned the room to make sure I knew where everything was. Strange things had been happening in my room, moving shadows, unsettling touches in the middle of the night. I was beginning to dread turning the light off at all. I switched off the light and quickly climbed into bed. My boyfriend was already asleep on the right side, so I settled on the left. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I felt an icy coldness coming from my left. I couldn't see anything, but I knew there was something near my bed. I had felt this before, though it usually lingered at the foot of the bed. Once, it even woke me by shaking my foot. But this time, the presence felt closer. Suddenly, a shadow loomed directly above me. Unlike normal shadows, this one seemed solid, with a depth to it. I could still see the light-colored ceiling behind it, but this darkness was far thicker than anything in the room. Frozen in fear, I watched as the shape moved closer, its form narrowing into what resembled a head. Somehow, I knew what was about to happen, but I couldn't scream or move. In my head, I was yelling. "Oh no, not this, please not this." The room plunged into total darkness for a few seconds, followed by a sudden flash of light. Then darkness again. Another flash. It was like strobe lighting, so bright that it hurt my eyes. When the light flashed again, everything was in black and white. I felt something strange in my mouth, something dry and crumbly like pieces of cork. It didn't feel real, but I couldn't spit it out. As the flashing continued, I realized something else was wrong. My bed seemed bigger, and I felt smaller. My hair brushed against me, straight and soft, which confused me because I hadn't straightened it that day. My limbs were weak and unmoving, as if they were bound. Panic set in, and I felt utterly helpless. The strobe light didn't seem to be coming from the room. It felt like it was happening within my eyes, even though I wasn't blinking. In another flash, I looked toward the tall dresser that had once belonged to my grandmother. Only it wasn't there. Instead, there was a smaller dresser, and unfamiliar pictures hung on the walls. During one of the flashes, I noticed a photograph of a cowboy, something I would never put up in my own home. Then, I felt the presence again, coming from the bathroom. Although I couldn't hear anything, I sensed someone entering through the door that connected the bathroom to my roommate's room, a door that had been sealed shut since I moved in. The flashing intensified, and suddenly, a man appeared in the doorway. But this was no ordinary man. His entire form was a shadow, an abyss. His body was pitch black, darker than anything I'd ever seen. As if I could reach out and touch him and fall into nothingness. His arms were crossed, and he stared at me, grinning with a look of satisfaction. The shadow man slowly walked to the right side of the bed. When he sat down, the flashing lights buzzed in my ears. My heart raced, pounding in my chest. He tilted his head, as though he was speaking to me, but I couldn't hear any words. I wanted to run, to escape, but I was paralyzed with fear. I could only watch as he reached toward my neck with something long and thin. Once again, darkness. I gasped for air as my eyes flew open. I was back in my own room, in my own body. I instinctively touched my mouth, expecting to pull out the strange cork-like substance, but there was nothing there. A wave of cold dread washed over me, and I began sobbing uncontrollably. My boyfriend woke up, confused, but I couldn't explain what had just happened. I could only cling to him, shaking with fear. I kept thinking about her, the presence I had felt in my room before, the one that had overtaken me that night. She wanted me to see what had happened to her in that room, to live her memory. The shadow man, the one she knew, it was her final memory, and she had cut it out of her mind, almost literally. I had felt her fear, and it became my own. I was terrified of seeing it all again, and the more I thought about it, the more out of control I felt. Everything I believed about the afterlife no longer felt certain. Perhaps she wanted me to help find her body or her killer, but the fear was too strong. Even though she was a victim, she still frightened me. I never tried to dig deeper into what had happened, mostly out of fear. I didn't know how to approach the house's history or if it would even help. Looking back, I wish I had been braver. Maybe this experience was meant to open my eyes to the reality of what's out there. One last encounter happened at the house, though it wasn't mine. A year after I moved out, I stopped by with a friend to collect some things I had left behind. My friend, who had never experienced anything paranormal, stayed behind in the living room while I went to grab my stuff. When I came back, she looked unsettled. She told me that she had seen a woman standing by the kitchen entrance, but when she tried to greet her, she realized the woman had no body below her chest. The figure then disappeared. I knew immediately it was the same woman from my room, the one who had shown me her final moments. My ex and my old roommate had never seen her. I believe her distrust of men had kept her hidden from them. After all, it was a man she knew who had taken her life. I hated it the moment I saw it. The living room floor felt like something out of a funhouse, leaning awkwardly to the left. The bedrooms were even worse. You could literally see the soil under the house. The floorboards were warped, with huge gaps that let in damp, earthy smells. The house was across the street from the elementary school, and it was tiny. My parents had just divorced, and we had to make do. It was my mom, my brother, my 3 sisters, and me, all crammed into this dilapidated 2-bedroom house that barely passed as livable. My sisters and I shared one of the rooms, while my brother had to sleep on the couch in the living room. My mom took the closet-sized room tucked behind the kitchen. The house had an unnatural feel to it, but my mom had signed a 1-year lease, and there was no turning back. None of us wanted to go into the backyard. There was a huge fig tree in the center, with the ground littered with rotten, festering things. It felt eerie, like the earth itself didn't want to be there. The one good thing about the place was its proximity to the school. We could escape to the playground, which was just across the street. My mom allowed us to go there after we finished our schoolwork and chores. We never wanted to stay in that house. It felt cramped, wrong somehow. Within the first week, the bugs found us. They crawled up through the gaps in the floorboards, dropping onto our beds in the dark. It was both disgusting and terrifying. My mom bought bug spray and sprayed it along the gaps, but the insects always found other ways in. I started sleeping with the covers over my head, tucking them tightly around my body to shield myself from the bugs. Even so, I barely slept. Then came the night when I first heard the cries. It was a soft, whimpering sound, like a small child crying in distress. I was the only one who seemed to hear it. My mother and siblings slept soundly, oblivious to the sorrowful noise. The crying lasted for about 10 minutes, coming in waves. I got up and went to the back door, looking out at the dark yard and that eerie fig tree. But nothing was there. I checked the windows on either side of the house. There were empty office buildings flanking our house, with narrow gaps between them. I thought maybe a cat was trapped somewhere, but I didn't see anything. The cries became a nightly occurrence, and they grew louder over time. It was tormenting me, but I didn't tell anyone. I was afraid no one would believe me, and besides, the sounds only seemed to affect me. One night, I decided I'd had enough. I got up and sat on the back stoop, staring at the fig tree. I was tired of being haunted by those cries, and I was determined to face whatever it was. I thought I was ready, even though I was only 13 and didn't really know what I was doing. The fig tree loomed larger in the dark, its twisted branches casting long, shadowy shapes. It seemed to move, almost vibrate, but there wasn't any wind. My heart started racing, and fear crept in. I wanted to step into the yard and get closer to the tree, but I was frozen. The air felt thick and metallic, and a dull headache started to form. Then, the crying started again. This time, it was coming from the fig tree itself, deep within its branches. The tree seemed to shake with each sob. I was terrified, but I couldn't move. I had to know what was happening. And that's when it happened. Everything around me faded, and I found myself seeing the past, as if watching a memory unfold. The house disappeared, replaced by empty hills and valleys. A group of weary travelers approached, setting up camp where the fig tree now stood. There were 10 of them, 6 men and 4 women, dirty and disheveled. They built a fire as night fell and began drinking heavily. One of the men got out of control, and a fight broke out. Fists flew, and the women screamed for them to stop. A young woman, no more than 17, stood up with a gun, sobbing and begging them to stop. But they didn't listen. In the chaos, one of the men swung wildly and hit her in the temple. She fell, her eyes wide with shock. The fight stopped as they realized what had happened. The blow had killed her instantly. As the scene faded, I found myself back on the stoop, staring at the fig tree. The crying had stopped, and the tree was still again. I knew now that the cries I had been hearing weren't from a child. They were the cries of that young woman, moments before her death. I went back inside and never stepped foot in that backyard again. We moved out at the end of the lease, and it was only later, as an adult, that I fully understood what had happened. It was a residual haunting, a tragic memory imprinted on the land, playing out over and over again. The house has long since been torn down, replaced by a small office building. As far as I know, no one has reported hearing ghostly cries from the fig tree anymore. When I was a little girl, I often spent the night at my grandparents' house near the southern coast of California. It was a beautiful home perched on top of a hill that overlooked the ocean, though the shoreline was several miles away. On clear days, you could even see Catalina Island from the kitchen window. The mornings would often start with a light fog, and at night, the sky would be pitch black due to the lack of street lights and the wide spacing between homes. The stars would shine brilliantly on cloudless nights, adding to the serene but somewhat eerie atmosphere. Most of the homes in the area belonged to elderly families, making the neighborhood very quiet. To give you a clearer picture, the house had a distinct layout. You'd recognize it by its steep driveway, lined with bird feeders and birdhouses that attracted small birds year-round. The house always felt cold because of its proximity to the ocean. Upon entering the front door, there was a large storage room to the right, filled with keepsakes and exercise equipment draped in clear plastic. To the left, a long hallway led to the bedrooms, bathrooms, and garage. Straight ahead from the entry was a short L-shaped wall that turned into the living room, which had a sliding glass door that opened to a small backyard. The most striking feature of the house, however, was the large atrium built at its center. For those unfamiliar with atriums, imagine a circular room in the middle of the house with an open ceiling, allowing birds to fly in. The ground was covered in rocks and gravel, with a bird bath and bird feeder placed in the center. Glass windows and sliding glass doors from various parts of the house faced this atrium, making it a unique and somewhat mysterious space. As an only child, I stayed at my grandparents' house alone with them. While I loved visiting, there was always an eerie feeling in their home that unsettled me, even though it was filled with family photos and warm, welcoming decor. My grandparents were lovely people, but they rarely had guests over. In spite of all the cozy elements, I constantly felt like I was being watched, a sensation that made me uneasy. At the time, I didn't understand my sensitivity to energies or why this house gave me such an overwhelming sense of discomfort. I would sometimes call my parents, crying, and begging them to take me home. One night, that unsettling feeling became more intense. I had always struggled to sleep there, especially after I grew too old to sleep in my grandparents' bed. That night, I lay awake, staring at a line of dolls my grandmother had on a dresser in the guest room. There was one stuffed animal she had made for me when I was little, a coyote with big white eyes and a lolling tongue. It used to comfort me, but as I got older, it started to creep me out more than the dolls did. On this particular night, my grandmother had forgotten to close the curtains between the guest room and the atrium. I could see straight through to the dark, empty space. The curtains on the opposite side of the atrium, leading to the living room, were also open. I could make out the faint blue glow of the digital clock on the VCR. Suddenly, a strange tingle ran through my body, making me feel cold and uneasy. I pulled the blankets tighter around me, trying to shake off the feeling, but I couldn't ignore the darkness looming in the atrium. I wanted to get up and close the curtains, but fear held me back. The sky above the atrium was inky black, and I didn't want to look at that void any longer. I closed my eyes, trying to calm myself, but I was too restless to sleep. That's when I saw her. Through the glass of the atrium, a ghostly woman appeared, sitting on the edge of the bird bath. She was ethereal, with a long white dress and bare feet. Her honey-colored hair fell in waves around her shoulders, and she was combing through it with her fingers, almost wistfully, as though waiting for something or someone that would never come. Despite the fear that gripped me, especially knowing I could see through her translucent form, I also felt a strange sadness. She never turned to look at me, and I felt as though I were intruding on a private moment. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something else, 2 red pinpoints of light in the living room. My gaze shifted, and there, standing in the shadows, was a huge black wolf with glowing red eyes. It snarled, its fur bristling as it stared, not at me, but at the ghostly woman. She stood slowly and faced the wolf. Though I couldn't hear any sound or sense any confrontation between them, she vanished before my eyes. The wolf then turned its gaze toward me. But instead of looking menacing, it seemed calm, as if it was there to protect me. It stood there for a moment before it, too, disappeared into the darkness. I didn't sleep at all that night, and when morning finally came, I was relieved to see my dad when he arrived to pick me up. I never told anyone what I had witnessed, and for years, I avoided staying at that house again. It wasn't until I was 16 that I finally returned for another overnight visit, but I made sure to keep the curtains closed. Even then, I couldn't fall asleep until the sun came up. Years later, I still wonder about that wolf. Was it protecting me from the woman in white? I saw the wolf one more time, years later, while hiking in San Dimas. I had fallen behind my group and had an asthma attack. I didn't have my inhaler, and was gasping for breath when the wolf appeared between two trees. This time, its eyes were a calm, chocolate brown. As I stared at it, my breathing slowed, and I felt a wave of calm wash over me. It stayed with me until my breathing returned to normal, then it vanished back into the trees. She smiled in a knowing way, her green eyes sparkling in the sunlight. Her teeth were so white they almost gleamed, but what truly caught my attention was her dress. It was spectacular, floor-length, and seemed to be made from cobwebs. The material, whatever it was, threw off sparks. Yes, you read that right. The dress emanated blue sparks as she moved, as though electricity danced off it with every step. She seemed to be gliding, almost dancing, to a tune only she could hear. I suppose I need to explain this from the beginning. It wasn't long ago, maybe a year or so. I was driving along the interstate, intending to take a short trip to Presidio Park. The park was about 10 minutes away from my condo, just a quick turn off the highway. The area winds up a small hill, and on one side sits an old mission. The entire area is steeped in history, and not long ago, they unearthed the bones of Native Americans buried there long ago. There's been a lot of paranormal activity reported in the area, usually after dark. People don't linger long once the sun goes down. The thick brush and towering trees seem to hold on to secrets, only they know. But this girl appeared to me one late afternoon, and I wasn't sure what to make of her. "I am tomorrow," she said, with a mischievous wink. I wasn't sure if she was teasing me, trying to scare me, or if it was just her odd sense of humor. She let out a soft laugh, then, just as suddenly, she vanished. I saw her again, this time at the top of the mission pathway. She ran toward a closed doorway, solid, heavy wood, but instead of stopping, she turned her head back, smiled, and walked right through the wall. The last thing I saw of her was that sparkling dress. Now that I think about it, maybe she had tiny mirrors sewn into the fabric, reflecting the light in 1,000 directions. It was beautiful, like nothing I'd ever seen before. The dress clung to her petite form as though it was made just for her. She was small, no more than 5'1". Not especially beautiful, but her eyes and that smile, they lit up her face in such a way that she seemed transformed. She radiated pure joy. It was as if she embodied joie de vivre, the joy of life. Though, strangely, it felt like she might not even realize she was deceased. I tried to find her again. I wandered around the edges of the mission, peeking through the windows, trying locked doorknobs. But there was no way to see inside, no way to get in. I had almost given up, assuming she was gone for good, when suddenly, she appeared before me again. Her face glowed with that same joy, and once more she spoke. "I am tomorrow!" she exclaimed, throwing her arms into the air and spinning in a circle. The sparkling dress swirled around her as she twirled, and then, incredibly, she lifted off the ground. Higher and higher she spun, like a dancer on top of a child's jewelry box, twirling to a silent song as she floated into the sky. I stood there, my mouth open in disbelief. She rose further, until she faded from view altogether. "What the?" I whispered to myself, looking around to see if anyone else had witnessed what I just experienced. Of course, no one was nearby. It's always just my luck, seeing the strange, unexplainable, and being left to figure it out on my own. The paranormal is not something most people encounter every day, but for me, it's as if I step into the twilight zone when no one's looking. I sat down on the steps leading to the mission, waiting for her to come back. But she didn't. I still don't know what to make of her, tomorrow, and I'm left with more questions than answers. It sounds like you're experiencing a lot of activity in your room, and that can definitely be unsettling. The experiences you've described, from the shadows to the moving objects, suggest that you may be dealing with a spirit that is either attached to your home or trying to communicate with you. Here's some advice that might help you understand and manage the situation better. 1. Stay calm and grounded. Spirits, even if they are mischievous or curious, often feed off the energy in their environment. If you're scared or anxious, it can intensify their activity. The best first step is to remain calm and try not to give in to fear. Remember, you are in control of your space. 2. Set boundaries. You have every right to tell the spirit what you are comfortable with and what you aren't. Even if it's a shy spirit, it may not understand that it's scaring you. Speak out loud or in your mind and say something like, "I know you're here, but you're scaring me. Please stop moving things and stay out of my space." Spirits can often understand our intentions, and setting boundaries can sometimes help reduce activity. 3. Communicate. From what you've said, it sounds like the spirit might be trying to get your attention or ask for help. If you feel comfortable, you can try to communicate with it. You can say, "What do you want?" or "How can I help you?" Sometimes, spirits just want acknowledgement or closure. 4. Help it find peace. If you believe this spirit is stuck or looking for guidance, you can help by suggesting it move on. Speak out loud or think clearly. "It's okay to move on. There is light and peace for you. You're free to go." Spirits sometimes linger because they don't realize they can leave, or they're afraid. Reassuring it can help. 5. Cleanse your space. If the activity continues and you want to clear the energy in your room, you can try cleansing rituals. Here are a few methods. Sage smudging. Burning sage is a common practice to cleanse a space of negative or unwanted energies. Walk through your room while waving the smoke in all corners, and say something like, "I cleanse this space of all negative or stagnant energies." Salt. Sprinkling salt along the windowsills and doorways of your room can help create a boundary to keep spirits away. Crystals. Certain crystals like black tourmaline or clear quartz are believed to protect against negative energy. 6. Positive energy. Keep your room filled with things that bring you joy and positive energy. Play music, light candles, or use essential oils like lavender to promote peace and calmness in your space. This can help shift the energy in the room and may even discourage spirits from staying. 7. Document and observe. If you continue to experience things like moving objects, lights flickering, or shadow figures, you might want to keep a journal. Document the time, day, and what you notice. This can help you spot patterns or recognize certain triggers for the activity. 8. Seek guidance. If you're uncomfortable or things escalate, it might be helpful to reach out to a local spiritual advisor, a medium, or someone experienced with paranormal phenomena. They can often offer more specific guidance, or help you address the spirit directly. 9. Don't engage fearfully. Spirits might not mean to scare you, but fear can sometimes attract more intense energy. Be firm, but don't engage with the spirit in a fearful or panicked way. If you feel overwhelmed, it's okay to take a step back and avoid trying to engage until you feel more ready. 10. Consider practical explanations. While you may very well be experiencing paranormal activity, it's also a good idea to rule out any possible non-paranormal explanations, like faulty wiring causing flickering lights, or objects moving due to drafts or vibrations. This way, you can focus on the real unexplainable events without second-guessing yourself. It's clear from your description that the spirit doesn't seem malevolent, just perhaps confused or shy. By approaching the situation calmly and setting boundaries, you can take back control of your space and help the spirit if it's seeking peace. Stay safe, and trust your instincts. A friend of my grandmother's had invited us for brunch. Initially, I wasn't thrilled at the thought, imagining a smelly old house with a gassy cat named Mr. Stinky. Wasn't my idea of a good time. Nevertheless, out of love for my grandmother, I took time away from my busy schedule and decided to go with her. The drive to my grandmother's house was quick, and as always, seeing her lifted my spirits. My grandmother, short and plump with a Mrs. Santa Claus kind of jolly personality, could make anyone feel loved. When we arrived at Cora's house, a 1950s-style place where she had lived with her late husband, Mike, I hoped that the visit would be a quick one. Cora's beloved cat, Mr. Stinky, who had a notorious reputation for clearing rooms with his foul odor, was already in her arms as she greeted us at the door. Upon entering the house, it was clear the years hadn't been kind to it. Dust layered every surface, and the musty smell was almost overwhelming. I could even catch a whiff of the neglected litter box. The air was thick, but I kept a polite smile plastered on my face for my grandmother's sake. We sat at the dining room table, enduring what seemed like an endless string of stories about Cora's late husband and their travels. As the conversation dragged on, I began to notice something unsettling. I saw fleeting glimpses of someone, Cora's husband, Mike, but not in the way I would have expected. He wasn't physically there, yet I could see him, as clear as day, standing next to me. At first, I thought I was losing it, but then, I noticed something even worse. He was leering down my blouse. I shot him a death glare, furious but unsure of how to handle the situation since no one else seemed to notice. Mike then moved over to my grandmother, and to my shock, I saw him trying to touch her inappropriately. I cleared my throat loudly, giving him a look of pure disgust. He must have understood my message because he disappeared into the shadows, but I could still feel his presence lingering. Later, I excused myself to go to the bathroom, and while sitting there, trying to deal with the less-than-clean surroundings, I was ambushed again. This time, Mike appeared in the bathroom with me. He was trying to peer beneath me, attempting to catch an inappropriate glimpse. This was too much. Angry and disgusted, I hissed, "Get the hell out of here, you perverted bastard! Get out!" To my relief, he disappeared immediately, looking shocked at my venomous outburst. I had to take a moment to calm myself down before rejoining my grandmother at the table. For the rest of the visit, Mike didn't show himself again, and I was all too eager to get my grandmother out of there. A few weeks after our visit, Cora passed away, and the house mysteriously burned down within a year. Thankfully, no one else had to endure Mike's disgusting behavior. To this day, I still wonder what became of Mr. Stinky, but I'm certain that wherever Mike went, he was still the proverbial dirty old man. Death hadn't done a thing to curb his twisted ways. This happened to me when I was entering my 20s, and I was in California at the time. We were living in Claremont, and I was out taking a walk. While taking a walk, something unexpected happened. I suddenly lost my vision. It was a strange and unsettling experience, and it lasted about 5 minutes. I remember being about 2.5 blocks away from our house. It was early evening, the sun had set, and the air had a slight chill, suggesting it was late fall. I felt tired and grumpy that evening and needed to be alone. But it's hard to feel alone when you're always being followed, not by people, but by something else. I'm talking about the souls that stick to the planet, the spirits or ghosts of those who have passed but remain earthbound. There are a few wandering souls who seem curious about me, but it's mostly stuck spirits from various places who follow me around. That night, it was dark, and I just wanted to clear my mind and enjoy some peace and quiet, even though I rarely get the chance. I could feel the spirits approaching. I always do. They were elderly souls who had lived long lives and couldn't let go, along with those who had succumbed to illness, babies who died before birth, children who had passed from injuries. They come out of the darkness, seeking answers or just trying to understand their confusion, and they follow me. It's overwhelming at times. I try to help where I can, but I often feel overburdened by their needs. That night, I didn't want to help. I didn't have the energy for it. I let my guard down, and that's when I was attacked by an angry entity. In my weakened state, I felt vulnerable, wishing to be someone else, someone normal, for a change. It's hard to carry this burden constantly, and that night, I was close to breaking. I passed a home that had once belonged to a recluse. He had died long before we moved into the neighborhood, but I knew his spirit still lingered, holding on to what he saw as his territory. The man's ghost was nasty, filled with hate for everyone and everything. I often felt sorry for the family who had moved into his home, imagining the torment they might endure without even knowing it. But that night, I wasn't thinking clearly. I should have crossed the street when I saw him standing on the porch, pacing back and forth angrily. His face was twisted in a deep frown. I had the urge to turn away, to avoid him, but I didn't. As soon as I took a step forward, my vision started to fade. Panic surged through me. Suddenly, I was in complete darkness, blinded. I couldn't see a thing, and I was all alone in the night with that angry entity. This had never happened to me before, and I promised myself it would be the last time. Feeling disoriented, I sat down on the sidewalk, fear coursing through me. I immediately started to pray, asking for help, for some kind of intervention. Then I heard him. His whisper came right into my ear, chilling me to the bone. "How does it feel to be in the dark?" he taunted, his laughter vile and cruel. But suddenly his laugh was cut short. My sight returned within minutes. My heart was still racing, and adrenaline pumped through my veins. I stood up, scanning the darkness around me. The old man's ghost was gone. I couldn't sense him anymore. I believe something finally dealt with him. Shaken, I decided to cut my walk short and returned home. This experience rattled me to my core. I never thought my vision could be taken like that, even temporarily, and it taught me a valuable lesson. Now I always pray before going anywhere. This event solidified my belief in the power of prayer and the need for spiritual protection, especially when encountering the supernatural. Has anyone else ever experienced their sight being affected during a spiritual encounter? A few years after I retired from the fashion industry, I grew restless. After more than 30 years of working non-stop, juggling businesses, raising 3 children, with my husband's support, and keeping everything running like a well-oiled machine, I found myself missing the pace of it all. I'd always been a type A personality, driven to keep things perfect. However, over time, I learned to relax and accept that things didn't need to be flawless. This shift in perspective, along with meditation, prayer, and music, helped me deal with many aspects of life, including the paranormal experiences that seemed to follow me. My music, in particular, seemed to attract ghostly presences. I'd sit in my living room, listening to New Age music, and the energy would shift. Spirits would enter the room as if they were drawn to me, or perhaps to the state of calm that I found through the music. But that's not the story I wanted to tell today. This is about how, after growing tired of retirement, I jumped into something completely new. I became a dog walker. It was a far cry from my fashion background, but it allowed me to stay active and indulge my love for animals. It was a welcome change, but I wasn't prepared for what came with it. You see, many of the homes I visited were haunted. One, in particular, stands out to me. The house belonged to a couple who had 2 adorable Labrador retrievers. But more memorable than the dogs was the spirit I encountered there, a ghost I came to know as Gentleman Jim. Jim had lived in the house long before the current residents. He was an old-fashioned gentleman, the kind who would stand when a lady entered the room and open doors with grace and courtesy. I gave him the nickname, Gentleman Jim, because he always seemed to be opening doors for me, literally and figuratively. He showed himself to me as an elderly man, his hair a spray of white, his face deeply lined, but his eyes still full of life. He dressed in a style reminiscent of the 1940s, with an old-world charm that was hard to miss. His ghostly presence wasn't frightening, it was almost comforting, though I knew he didn't belong in the physical realm anymore. Jim had lingered for too long. I would visit the house twice a day for 3 weeks, taking care of the labs, Louie and Mustard Boy, and during this time, Jim became a regular part of my routine. He followed me around the house, sharing stories of his past. He spoke often of his late wife, Edna Rayan, the love of his life. His face would light up when he talked about her, and I could see the deep love and longing in his eyes. That longing is what made me realize he was ready to move on, even if he didn't know it yet. As the end of my job at the house approached, I knew I had to help Jim cross over. I began to gently steer our conversations toward Edna, encouraging him to think about being reunited with her. He seemed surprised at the thought of leaving his old home, as if it had never occurred to him. After all, he had spent so many decades there, it had become his entire existence. With prayer, patience, and love, I guided Jim through the process of letting go. I can't fully explain how it works. It's not something I control. I'm just a conduit, a helper, if you will. It's a beautiful, bittersweet process, and every spirit is different. But with Jim, it was as if he had been waiting for someone to remind him that he didn't need to stay behind any longer. When he finally crossed over, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace but also a strange sense of loss. I had grown fond of Gentleman Jim, and I knew I would miss him. His warm and gentle nature left a mark on me, one I'll carry with me always. I'm sure our paths will cross again, though not in this world. A few years ago, while I was out Christmas shopping, I saw a man hiding behind a row of trash cans. It took me a moment to realize that I wasn't looking at a living person but a spectral figure, something not of this world. As I looked closer, I was taken aback by his attire. The ghost was dressed in a Santa suit. But it wasn't the joyful image you'd expect. The white fur collar and cuffs were stained and filthy, and the red coat and pants were covered in debris, with a heavy stain at the crotch. I couldn't help but wonder, had he urinated where he lay dying? The thought made my stomach churn, and my heart sank for the poor soul who had chosen to hang on to such a sad memory. I stood there, pretending to search through my purse, but I couldn't take my eyes off the ghostly Santa. I tried to stay patient, waiting to see what this apparition would do. Slowly, he picked up on my energy and dragged himself upright, his body rocking back and forth as if in great pain. I crouched down, hoping no one was watching me. It probably looked like I was talking to myself, but I didn't care. The Santa image flickered for a moment, revealing the man inside the suit. I only saw him briefly, but it was enough. His story unfolded in front of me, and it wasn't good. He was ashamed to tell me his name, calling himself a pitiful example of a human being. He had once served in the military, enlisting right out of high school, but after his service, he ended up on the streets of downtown San Diego. From there, his life spiraled into darkness, drowning in alcohol. He drank more than he ate, and as the years passed, his health deteriorated. In the last 6 months of his life, he had been suffering from undiagnosed intestinal cancer, which had spread throughout his body. The only way he could cope with the pain was by drinking more. His street friends supplied him with alcohol, and one day, someone found an old Santa suit from the Salvation Army. It kept him warm at night, but the pain persisted. On a cold winter's evening, this man, alone in his tattered Santa suit, passed away. No family. No friends nearby. Just a broken man. I could feel his loneliness, and it broke my heart. I told him I had to go, but I promised I would return after dark to help him move on. I didn't want an audience while I helped send this tortured soul into the light. My only fear was whether he would actually go. Many spirits choose to stay, trapped in their own suffering, punishing themselves. I wondered if this was what hell truly was, a place of self-inflicted torment. I hoped that wasn't his fate. Later that evening, I returned to the spot where I had seen him. The ghostly Santa was still there, his figure more of a mist now, shivering and shaking as if caught in the final moments of his agony. He was reliving his death, again. "Do you know you don't have to stay here anymore?" I asked, trying to reach him. He glanced at me but told me to go away. "You can cross over and find peace," I insisted. "Don't you want that for yourself?" "I don't deserve to be anywhere but right here," he replied. "Go away. I can't be helped." And with that, he faded from sight. The last image I had of him was the same, rocking in place, trapped in his torment. Some souls just won't go, no matter how much you try to help. My heart sank, knowing he was lost, and I couldn't change his fate. San Diego has its own society of homeless men, women, and children. They are the unseen, the forgotten, the ones people ignore. Many die on the streets, and no one seems to care. They're the addicts, the alcoholics, the broken souls with nowhere to turn. And when they pass, many remain in the same pain they experienced in life, just like the ghost of the soiled Santa. I see the aftermath, the spectral leftovers, the souls who continue to suffer because they believe they deserve it. As a society, we need to change the way we treat the living before they become the lost souls of the afterlife. Instead of looking away, we need to find ways to help. Until that day comes, those of us who can will continue to help the ones who are left behind, the invisible ones, still hurting in the afterlife. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. A few years ago, I was out shopping for Christmas gifts when I noticed a man hiding behind a row of trash cans. At first, I thought he was just a regular person until I realized I was looking at a spectral figure, not a living soul. What took me by surprise was his attire. He was dressed in a Santa suit. But this was no cheerful image. The white fur was stained, the red suit covered in debris, and the crotch area heavily soiled. I couldn't help but wonder, had he passed away in that suit? It was such a sad thought that he chose to hold on to that painful memory in his afterlife. I pretended to rummage through my purse, one I fixed on the ghostly Santa. I wondered if he would get up or make a move. As I watched, he slowly stood up and began rocking back and forth, as if trying to show me the pain he had been in before he died. Squatting down so I wouldn't look too strange to passers-by, I continued to observe him. The image flickered, and I briefly saw the man beneath the suit. He didn't look well. He began showing me flashes of his life, and it wasn't pretty. He didn't give me his name, but he said he was a pitiful example of humanity. He had served in the military, enlisting after high school, but after his service, he ended up homeless on the streets of San Diego. He spent his days drinking more than he ate, slowly wasting away. In the last months of his life, he had been suffering from undiagnosed cancer, and his only relief was found in alcohol. His street friends provided him with bottles, and someone had found the old Santa suit at the Salvation Army. It kept him warm during the cold nights, but the pain was relentless. One night, alone and broken, he passed away in that dirty Santa suit, with no family or friends by his side. My heart ached for him, and I told him I'd come back later to help him cross over. I hoped fewer people would be around by then. This was not something I wanted an audience for. I returned that evening, and sure enough, he was still there, a wavering mist of sorrow. He was shaking, rocking more violently now, reliving the pain of his final moments. It was difficult to watch. "Do you know you don't have to stay here anymore?" I asked him gently. "You can leave and find peace." He looked at me but shook his head, telling me to go away. He didn't believe he deserved to be anywhere else. "Please, you don't have to suffer like this. You can cross over," I urged. "I can't be helped," he said, fading away with those words still rocking in place. I left feeling defeated. Some souls refuse to move on, no matter how much you try to help. It's heartbreaking, but it's their choice. Downtown San Diego is home to many homeless men, women, and children, the unseen and forgotten. They struggle through life, and some never find peace, even after death. I often wonder if these lost souls punish themselves, trapped in their own version of hell. Until society changes the way we treat each other, especially those less fortunate, there will always be souls like the Santa specter, lingering in their pain. For now, those of us who can help will continue trying, offering what little comfort we can to the ones left behind. I drove through Hollywood, or Hollyweird, as some call it, faster than I expected and managed to find a parking spot. If you've ever been around the Sunset Strip, you know how congested and full of strange sights it is. As soon as I got out of my car, I saw a dwarf astride a pink Stingray bike, wearing a Viking helmet, with pink horns, no less. Only in Hollywood, I thought. The prostitutes were easy to spot, wandering the boulevard in search of their next customer. My heart went out to them. The hardship was written all over their faces, and some of them were no older than my daughter. It made me sick to think of what led them to this life. Probably drugs, broken relationships, and shattered self-esteem. They were society's outcasts, and they picked, or were picked for, this terrible way to survive. It was heartbreaking, but they were as constant as the traffic. No matter the time of day, the faces changed, but their numbers stayed the same. I hurried past them on my way to the nearest cafe, wanting to get there early and settle in before my appointment arrived. Nearly tripping over the flowing train of a transvestite in a fluffy white wedding gown skipping down the street, I made it around the corner and into the cafe. Relieved to find a quiet corner table away from the street noise, I ordered a black coffee and took in my surroundings. It was filled with the usual Monday morning crowd, people slurping down their caffeine, hoping for a quick jolt to wake them up. By the looks on some of their faces, it was clear that it would take more than a cup of coffee to get them functioning. The junkies were easy to spot, too. I could see dark, demonic entities clinging to what little life remained in them, feeding off their dwindling energy. It sickened me, and I felt their internal clocks ticking down. The laughter and joy coming from the demonic entities was twisted. It was the sound of their success. I tried to block it out, but knowing another soul had given up was too much to bear. These souls had given themselves over completely, drowning their pain in drugs and alcohol, never thinking about the consequences. When I see them, it's like looking through a hollow tube. Their souls are full of holes, occupied by the dark entities that come and go at will. What's left is a gaunt, dying body, usually dirty and disheveled, with clothes hanging off their frail frames. And then there's the smell of death lingering in the air. By the time they reach this point, there's little anyone can do. It's up to them to fight back, but it rarely happens. As I sat quietly in the cafe, my eyes couldn't help but follow the paranormal activity around me. I saw the ghost of an elderly woman, tugging on the skirt of a young woman who was completely unaware of the spirit by her side. She probably didn't even know her relative was there, possibly a parent or grandparent. In the coffee line, a man in a plaid tie was chatting with a businessman, and I saw a ghost whispering in his ear. The businessman looked annoyed, though I couldn't hear their conversation. At a table across the room, I sensed someone hiding in the shadows behind an old partition. I knew there was a presence there, but it didn't reveal itself, so I moved on, scanning the rest of the cafe. A flash of purple caught my eye. A man wearing a vibrant purple tutu sat on the floor next to a woman who had dropped some paperwork. The man, clearly a spirit, was heavy-set and dressed in a sleeveless leotard with the tutu jutting out an expensive tool. It was one of the strangest visitations I'd ever seen, but I couldn't look away. As I watched, a waitress came by to refill my coffee. I smiled up at her, but she didn't smile back, so I mumbled a "thank you" and turned away. The table next to mine was empty, but a young ghostly woman sat in one of the chairs, staring straight ahead. She was dressed in vibrant 1960s fashion, bright colors, big hair, and heavy eyeliner. She didn't move, her hands resting flat on the table, and she didn't seem to notice anything around her. I figured it was a residual haunting. She glanced briefly at the doorway before fading away, likely waiting for someone who never arrived. I looked toward the entrance, wondering who she had been waiting for, a lover, perhaps? I would never know. Just then, my appointment walked in. We shook hands as he sat down, and I noticed a smiling ghost standing just behind him. I smiled back. I knew it was time to do the right thing, so I used a technique I learned on this site. I had wanted to do it sooner, but family problems got in the way. I'm usually the one who takes care of issues in both my family and, at times, my husband's as well. I don't ask for these responsibilities, but they always seem to fall on me. Last week, I went to bed, and after only about 20 minutes, I heard someone whisper my name. The whispering continued for a few seconds, but I couldn't make out what else was said. I was terrified and jumped up, screaming, "What?" before running out of the room into the living room where my husband was asleep on the couch. It took a while for me to calm down and fall back asleep. Another incident happened a few weeks ago, on a Saturday, when my family and I were baking Christmas cookies with the kids. Some of us were sitting in the dining room, while my oldest daughter, who is not my biological daughter but calls me Mom, and we've bonded like mother and daughter, was leaning on the kitchen counter. My nephew stood next to her with his back to us. As we were talking, my daughter suddenly turned around, facing the front door. I asked her what was wrong, and she said she had heard the bells on the door move, even though no one was near them. Both my niece and nephew heard the bells too, and they were visibly shocked. My nephew looked pale, almost as if he had seen a ghost. I told him as much, but he just stared at the door, unable to take his eyes off it. When it was time for him to leave, he quietly said that strange things happen in my house a lot. He didn't want to say more, but I had the feeling he saw something that scared him. The rest of the family seemed confused, but I hadn't heard the bells myself, likely because I was busy talking. Another strange occurrence has been happening with our Christmas tree. The ornaments keep falling off, every day, not just one or two, but several at a time. We'll hear them hit the floor when we aren't in the room. My poor tree looks battered now, with all the ornaments constantly falling off. This has never happened before, and it's left us all feeling uneasy. Finally, the day came for me to burn the incense and light the candle. I spoke aloud to my brother, telling him how much I love him and how I truly want him to find peace. I reassured him that I would be okay and that someday we would be together again. I lit the incense and the candle, but something odd happened. The candle flickered rapidly in a circular motion. My daughter was the first to notice it. Every time I got close to the candle, it would burn wildly, even though it had been steady before. As I stood there, I felt something lightly touch my hair, like a finger brushing against the back of my neck. It felt real, but surprisingly, I wasn't scared. I've continued to light the candle and burn the incense every day, hoping my brother finds peace. My daughter, who is from Laos, believes that he might not move on until it's my time. I'm hoping she's wrong, but I'm doing everything I can to help him find the light. I also feel that there might be other spirits in our home, and I hope that by burning the incense, they too will find peace and leave. I've been thinking a lot about my past lately, especially with some strange things happening now. To be honest, this story still gives me chills, and I've spent years trying to block it out. I lived in a house until I was 9 with my mom, brother, and sister. My stepdad lived with us occasionally too. I dreaded bedtime every night because there was always this woman standing in my bedroom doorway, her hands stretched out toward me. She was young and beautiful, with long red hair and always wore a white gown. What made her even stranger was the crown on her head, which looked like it had little brown sticks woven into it. I was terrified of her. Every night, I would sleep with my mom, but no matter how much I cried or yelled for her to wake up, she never did. Sometimes the woman would stand at the end of my bed, and I would run to my brother's room for comfort. My brother and sister saw her too at times, so I knew it wasn't just me. One afternoon, my 3 cousins were over, and we were all in the living room when we heard my sister scream. We rushed to her room, and there she was, the same woman, walking towards my sister with her hands out. We all screamed. My brother shouted at her to leave, and then, just as suddenly as she appeared, she vanished. My sister was crying and shaking. Our cousins left that day and never stayed at our house again. My sister's boyfriend also stopped coming over and would only meet her in other places. From then on, whenever our cousins came to visit, they wouldn't even step inside the house, they'd only stay on the porch. Years later, my brother and I talked about everything that had happened. He told me that he used to see the faces of little boys too, though I only ever saw the woman in the white gown. We also often heard noises coming from the kitchen at night, and in the morning, we would find the dishes stacked all over the floor. It happened so frequently that we got used to it. Our bathroom had 2 doors with eye hooks on the inside, but sometimes they would lock by themselves, and we'd get scared. My brother would call the police, and they came out several times. Each time, they found the window locked from the inside, even though it was at least 8 to 9 feet off the ground. The police were always puzzled because there was no logical way the doors could have locked themselves. They were just hooks. On one visit, a police officer and a policewoman both said that the house felt strange, almost haunted. We hated having to call them so often. Things took a turn for the worse with my mom, and at age 9, I was placed in foster care. My brother and sister, being much older, moved out on their own. I remember being scared in every foster home I lived in, especially at night. I feared that the woman in the white gown would appear again, though thankfully, she never did after we left that house. I was told as a child never to go back to that house, and I never have. The house was in Los Baños, California, near the downtown area. I remember my mom kept old photos on the back porch, and my brother always said they creeped him out. We never knew who the people in those photos were. I still wonder why that woman haunted us, and why she wore that strange crown. Was she connected to those old photos somehow? My mom did get better years later, and when I was about 11 or 12, my brother moved her in with him. I finally got to see and take care of her every day. Both my mom and brother have since passed, as I've mentioned in other stories. Despite trying so hard to forget, I've been thinking about that old house a lot lately. I still wonder why that woman wore a crown and why she tormented us. Three of my friends and I decided to do something different for once, something unforgettable. Instead of staying home, watching a movie, or going to the usual fun spots, we wanted a real adventure. My friend Nancy suggested we go to Gravity Hill. It was already 2:30 a.m., but without hesitation, we all agreed. We'd heard so many eerie stories about the place and figured it would be fun, or at the very least, memorable. As we drove there, excitement filled the car. But as soon as we got closer to the turning point, an uneasy feeling settled over all of us. There were 4 of us in the car, and none of us said anything, but we could all sense it. Adding to our fear was the fact that we'd heard the KKK had gatherings up in those same hills, with people reporting sightings of their meetings and seances. Still, we had come this far, and we weren't about to turn back now. We looked at each other, took a deep breath, and said, "Why not? We're already here." The drive up was long, much longer than we expected. We thought it would be a mile at most, but it felt like 5 miles of pitch-black road. The entire time, none of us spoke. The silence was thick with tension and fear. When we finally arrived at the mysterious spot, the first things we noticed were a cemetery and a large white building that looked eerily like an insane asylum in the middle of a graveyard. I swear I saw something, a shadow or figure, walking across the cemetery right in front of us. It sent a chill down my spine. I glanced at my phone to check the time. It was 3:15 a.m., and to make things worse, none of us had any cell reception. Not one of our 4 phones had service, even though we all had different carriers. We parked the car next to the cemetery, turned off the engine, and left it in neutral. The darkness was suffocating, and within 5 minutes of sitting there in silence, something incredible happened. The car started moving uphill on its own. We were in shock, staring at each other in disbelief. Fear gripped us. I kept my eyes forward, too scared to glance out the window, worried I might see something, or someone, standing beside me. Nancy, who was driving, panicked. This was her brand new car, bought just a week earlier, and she wanted to get out of there fast. As she tried to turn the car around, we drove slowly, scanning the area for anything unusual. Trying to be brave, we passed the cemetery again, but when Nancy tried to speed up, the car wouldn't go any faster than 20 miles per hour. It was bizarre. The car was brand new, and this should not have been happening. We were terrified. Nancy had her foot all the way down on the gas pedal, but the car just wouldn't move any faster. It felt like something was holding us back. Our bodies felt heavy, as if gravity itself was pulling us down, even though we were far from the spot where the car had moved on its own. I silently prayed, hoping for the heaviness to lift and for us to get out of there. The car stayed stuck at 20 miles per hour for about a mile. We were all on edge, afraid the car would stall, leaving us stranded in the middle of the pitch-black hill with no phone signal. But gradually, the car started to speed up. As we neared the final turn to get off the hill, my friend Kathy, who was sitting behind me, said she saw a figure standing next to a tree. She quickly closed her eyes and began to pray until we were out of the hills. Our other friend, who was a bit drunk, had fallen asleep in the back seat, oblivious to the terror. When we finally got home, shaken but safe, we all agreed that if we ever went back to Gravity Hill, we would bring a camera to capture whatever might be lurking there. On a sunny day, I was sitting on my bed doing my college work. I had a full schedule at Cypress College, and I lived in Anaheim with my 2 young boys, who were on vacation for that last semester. As I sat reading my journalism textbook, something incredible and terrifying happened. I was sitting up with the book in my lap when suddenly, I could see into another realm. Even though I was fully aware of being on my bed, I could also see that I was in the sky. I was looking down over a helicopter, and for some reason, I began descending into it. Inside the helicopter was a Hispanic man, the pilot, who had just fainted. His body went limp as he passed out. Though I was a spirit, I felt somewhat physical. As I descended into the pilot's seat, I noticed the co-pilot, a Caucasian man with a buzz cut. He looked straight ahead, calm but fearful, as if he knew what was coming. I quickly realized the helicopter was plummeting toward the ground, and panic washed over me. I started pulling at gears, pressing buttons, trying anything I could to stop the fall. Tears welled up in my eyes. We were heading straight for a 1-story building, though a parking lot lay just beyond it. I didn't want these men to crash, but I was terrified and desperate. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the co-pilot slowly turn his head to look at me. Our eyes met briefly, but he soon looked back ahead, resigned. He must have thought it was over. Even with me, a spirit, appearing out of nowhere, the helicopter continued to fall. I yanked the controls to the right, again and again, trying to steer us away from the building. As we neared the ground, I saw a Latino man standing frozen in the parking lot below, staring up at us. I panicked even more. Why wasn't he running? He just stood there, looking up at the falling helicopter. I knew this wasn't a dream. I was fully aware of sitting on my bed in Anaheim, but I couldn't stop the crash. The helicopter clipped the edge of the building and then hit the parking lot. The impact sent a massive thump through my entire body, soul, and spirit. I saw the man below take the blow as well. Smoke and fire billowed into the air in a huge mushroom cloud. The co-pilot, still expressionless, looked straight ahead, even until the moment of impact. The pilot had been unconscious the entire time. Just like that, I was back on my bed, overwhelmed and shaking. I felt like I was having a breakdown. I jumped up and ran out of my room. I needed to do anything but think about what had just happened. I turned on the TV, and there it was, live on the news. I turned it off immediately, ran out of my apartment, and stood outside, desperate to see people, life, the sunny California sky. I pressed my back against the apartment wall, shaking. My neighbors, a Hispanic family who played in a band, saw me. One asked if I was okay, but I couldn't answer. His brother asked again in English, but I just shook my head. They looked at me strangely before heading inside. I couldn't go back into my apartment, so I walked across the street to the Texaco gas station. I wandered the mart for a few minutes, making brief eye contact with the cashier before walking out again. I went back to my apartment and sat on the steps for hours, too shaken to go inside. When I finally did, I prayed. I begged God never to let me experience something like that again. It felt like my spirit was still at the crash scene, even though I couldn't see it anymore. I avoided the TV, afraid of breaking down again. I distracted myself with my children's movies, but the feeling lingered. For days I was overwhelmed, haunted by the crash. I couldn't stop thinking about the men in the helicopter. I had tried to help, but I couldn't stop the crash. Why was I there if I couldn't save them? And the man standing in the parking lot, why didn't he run? Eventually, I fell into a deep sleep, and when I woke up, I felt a little better, like I could finally start to cope. I had to stay strong to finish my final semester. For weeks, I avoided the newspaper. I knew what would be on the front page. I threw it away each morning without reading it. 6 years later, I finally felt ready to face the truth. I went to the Aliso Viejo library to find the article. The librarian helped me search through the microfilm from 1991, but at first, we couldn't find anything. I began to wonder if what I experienced was something else, another dimension perhaps. But I didn't give up. Finally, we found it. There it was, the entire article. The pilot and the co-pilot, the same men I had tried to help. The co-pilot had the same expression on his face, staring straight ahead with no emotion, just like I remembered. The article explained that it had been a police helicopter, and they had been trying to avoid crashing into an elementary school. I read about the third man, the one I had seen standing in the parking lot. He had been identified in another article. I finally had the answers, but the experience still haunted me. Why had I been there, unable to change the outcome? After a long stretch of uneventful days, the strange experiences I've had in the past few days seem to have come all at once, almost making up for the calm month I've had overall. The first incident happened last Friday around 7 or 8 p.m. My fiancé and I had just ordered food at a drive-thru. As I pulled around the corner toward the pay window, I suddenly saw a large, dark shape move impossibly fast across the parking lot at the end of the drive-thru. In 2 bounding leaps, it cleared at least 10 feet. It was too small to be a person, and completely black. I had the distinct feeling it was an animal, though I couldn't think of any species in California that could be that large and move so quickly. When I told my fiancé what I saw, he mentioned that earlier that evening, on his way to my house, he had caught a glimpse of what he believed was a white dress walking down a side street, but there was no body attached to it. That gave me the chills. The second incident happened the next day at work, which was even more off the wall since nothing strange had ever occurred at my workplace before. I work in a warehouse, and it's usually pretty busy, with at least 5 people in the warehouse and over 50 in the building. Around 10 a.m., there was only one other person in the warehouse with me, and all the doors were shut. The others were either on break or running errands elsewhere in the building. I had stood up to take a package to a pallet a few feet from my desk when I heard a distinct moaning sound, almost like a whimper, coming from just beside me. It was clearly a man's voice, muffled but loud. Startled, I looked around to see if it was my coworker, but he was leaning over his keyboard, working as usual. The sound had been far too close to me to have come from him. Strangely, I didn't sense any presence before hearing the sound, which I usually do. I was baffled. Then, as soon as I sat back down, a gust of cold air rushed over my hands and face. There were no open doors, and it was over 70 degrees Fahrenheit outside. It was very strange. For context, I work at a manufacturing plant for medical instruments, and there are cadaver parts stored in freezers upstairs, used for surgical demonstrations. I don't think any spirits connected to those parts would bother coming around, but it was an odd thought all the same. The third experience happened later that night, while my fiancé and I were having a deep conversation. We were discussing politics in the spirit of the recent inauguration, and somehow the conversation shifted to the topic of scientific research and the possibility of life on other planets. We were so engrossed in the discussion that we hardly noticed the room growing dark. We were sitting in the living room with a clear view of the kitchen. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. I glanced up just in time to catch a reflection in one of the kitchen cabinets of a glowing, white, human-shaped figure moving quickly across the living room, right where we were sitting. I paused mid-sentence, watching it, and my fiancé asked me what was wrong. I brushed it off, saying, "Nothing, I just thought I saw something." We continued talking, but only a few moments later, he stopped mid-sentence and looked up at the same spot I had been staring at. He stood up and went over to the media room behind the living room, trying to recreate the reflection he'd seen. He checked every angle, but there was no light coming into the house from outside, and the only light on inside was a small night light in the kitchen, too far from the cabinets to have caused the reflection. When I asked him what he saw, he described the same thing I had seen, though I hadn't mentioned it to him at all, a glowing, white, human-shaped figure moving quickly across the living room. That was enough for both of us. Unnerved, we decided to continue our conversation with the lights on. Now I'm wondering if something might be attached to me or my fiancé. It seems like this strange presence travels between us because we both had weird little experiences, whether we're together or apart. The thing is, I never feel truly scared when these things happen, just startled. I don't sense anything malicious or bad, but it's certainly unsettling. It was around 10 o'clock last night, and I was trying to fall asleep. For some reason, I kept tossing and turning. I thought I heard something, but I brushed it off, telling myself I needed to sleep. I had to get up early to help my husband get ready for work and take care of my granddaughter, so I knew I needed the rest. But no matter how hard I tried, sleep wouldn't come. Then, I felt something touch my lower back, as if 3 fingers gently pressed against me. At first, I went into complete denial, telling myself, "No, this isn't happening again. I won't let it." I tried to think of anything else. But then I heard whispering, just like I had once before. Fear started creeping in. I was lying with my back turned to my husband. A few minutes after I heard the whisper, my husband started making noises in his sleep, sounding scared. He yelled out a few times, and by then, I was really frightened. I turned to look at him, and as soon as I did, his eyes were wide open, and he swung his arm down, almost hitting me. I asked him what was wrong, but he didn't know. The next day, I asked him if he remembered his nightmare, but he didn't recall any of it, nor did he remember me waking him up. I don't know when I finally managed to fall asleep, but the next morning, my daughter called. She said, "Mom, Aunt C is here sitting in my garage, and I have to leave for work soon." My sister had been missing for months, and we hadn't been able to find her, so I was relieved to hear she was there. I told my daughter about my restless night, and how I knew something was wrong, even though I couldn't explain it at the time. The uneasy feelings I get are hard to describe, but it seems like whenever I feel this way, something happens the next day. One time, I couldn't sleep but didn't experience anything unusual. The next morning, at 5 a.m., my daughter woke us up, saying my twin son had been trying to call us all night. Our phone ringer had been off, which is why we missed his calls. He was in the hospital, needing emergency surgery for a ruptured appendix. As I got ready to go to the hospital, I told my daughter that I knew something was wrong with someone, even though I hadn't known who or why at the time. Just like last night, when I couldn't sleep, and strange things started happening. My sister left again today, and I'm not sure when we'll see her again, hopefully soon. I feel like the whispers, the touch, and my agitation when trying to sleep may have been someone trying to tell me that my sister was nearby. I can't be certain, but since my brother passed away last year, I've been sensing things more. Maybe I had these feelings before, but I only noticed them after he passed. The other day, I was certain my daughter had pulled into the driveway. I could feel her presence. I opened the front door, but her car wasn't there. Just as I looked, she turned the corner and parked. When she got out, she said, "Mom, how did you know I was coming?" I told her, "I didn't. I thought you had already pulled in." We were both freaked out by how strongly I had sensed her before she even arrived. Several months ago, I had another strange experience in a dream. I dreamt about my father-in-law, who passed away 4 years ago. In the dream, he told me to take care of my mother-in-law because something bad was going to happen to her. The next day, I told my husband to call his mom and check on her, but at the time, she was fine. A few weeks later, my mother-in-law called, explaining how her sister-in-law was trying to take her home since my father-in-law had passed. It's turned into a messy legal situation, and I can't help but feel like my father-in-law was warning me in that dream about what was going to happen. As for my sister, she's at a very low point in her life. She stayed with us for a while, and I'll be writing more about the strange things that happened while she was with us. I love her dearly, but being around her for too long gives me bad vibes. I try hard not to feel anything negative, but it's impossible. I've felt something near me my entire life. Even when I was as young as 5 years old, I remember never wanting to sleep because I sensed something near my pillow. The feeling was always there, a presence that I couldn't shake. The first time I had a true paranormal experience was in my old house in Glendale, California, when I was about 8 years old. I was lying in bed on my stomach, facing right, fully awake. Suddenly, I felt someone tap my left shoulder. Startled, I immediately turned around, but no one was there. However, I heard loud footsteps running off, followed by the sound of a door slamming. My parents were asleep on the other side of the house, so I knew it wasn't them. Since that night, I can't count the number of times I've woken up suddenly, unable to move, speak, or scream. It felt like something, or someone, was holding me down. One time, he squeezed my head so hard that I had a headache for the entire day. It's hard to describe how many times he has cuddled up with me, touched me, kissed me, and even taken advantage of me. I've yelled at him to leave, prayed to God to take him away, and even tried asking him nicely. Nothing worked. When we moved to a new house about 8 years ago, he followed me there too. When I was 19, I saw him clearly for the first time. It was the middle of the night, and I was wide awake. He appeared as a large, Egyptian warrior-like figure, holding a dagger. He was walking toward me. I asked him to leave, and to my surprise he did. But that didn't stop the nighttime attacks. He still held me down at night, and occasionally took advantage of me. A couple of years later, when I was 21, something even more bizarre happened. While I was fully awake, he lifted me off my bed, took me out of my room, across the hallway, and into our guest room before bringing me back. The next morning, my sister told me she had heard me walking around the hallway in the middle of the night. I hadn't told her what happened, and I've never been a sleepwalker, nor was I asleep when it occurred. A week after that incident, I decided to confront him. The next time he came, I asked why he was bothering me. What happened next is going to sound unbelievable, but right after I asked the question, a white owl appeared in my room. I was terrified and asked the owl to leave, which it started to do. But then I stopped it, saying, "Wait, unless you came to answer my question." To my astonishment, the owl came back. As soon as it returned, I passed out and fell asleep. In my sleep, I dreamt of an ancient Egyptian palace. I was lying on a tomb, and my ghost stood over me, sad, as if I had taken my own life. I woke up right after seeing that dream. He continued to haunt me even after that. Last year, when I was 24, I started dating someone I really liked. One night, after we spoke on the phone, I went to bed. Not long after, I woke up to the familiar sensation of being pushed down by the ghost. This time, he was more aggressive than usual, pushing me down repeatedly. I saw him pick up one of my shoes, as if he intended to stab me. I begged him to stop, and thankfully he did. After that, he continued to visit regularly, holding me down and tormenting me. 2 weeks ago, he came again. I didn't fight him this time. He had sex with me, and I pretended to like it. I asked him to show his face, something I had never fully seen before. His face morphed into that of a good-looking man. Afterward, I fell asleep, and he appeared in my dream. In the dream, I opened a door, and there he was, standing alongside the guy I had dated, who I'm still friends with. I ran to my friend, hugged him, and didn't pay any attention to the ghost. He saw this, lowered his head, and walked away. A few days ago, he came again. This time, he didn't do anything. He just sat on my bed. My name is Tracy Sullivan, and I've had several encounters with ghostly beings since I was 5 years old. I'm 39 now, and the most recent, and most violent, experience sent me running from Southern California to Northern California. I was living in Reseda, California, renting a room in the house of a friend's ex-husband. I had been having trouble sleeping ever since moving in, which I initially chalked up to stress. I was fortunate to meet two people, a young man and a young woman, who quickly became close friends. We shared a common interest in ghosts, ESP, and anything paranormal. One night, we decided to visit a park that my friends were familiar with, but I had never been to, and wouldn't return to again. We drove as far into the park as we could, but the gate was closed to cars, so we parked and started walking toward a small stream in the middle of the park. It was a moonless night, very dark. I was walking about 15 feet ahead of my two friends when I felt a tap on my right shoulder. Thinking it was Doug, I turned around, but I saw a figure on the hill to my left. It looked like an American Indian scout, standing as if on lookout. My friends were too far to have touched me, and realizing this sent chills down my spine, but I kept walking. As I continued, I noticed a shadow in front of me. It seemed to be moving, and I started looking around for a light source, but there was none. The shadow kept growing larger and larger, transforming from a simple shadow into a black mass that began to come toward me. I still tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just a shadow, though I hadn't heard of shadow ghosts at the time. What happened next is something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. The blackness caught me. I took a step forward, but my foot never touched the ground. Something had me by the throat, only my windpipe, and I couldn't breathe. My friends saw what was happening and rushed down the hill, though they stopped halfway out of fear. Doug yelled at Jill to get the car started while he ran toward me. He grabbed me, half dragging, half carrying me to the car, where Jill stood, frozen in shock by what she had seen. Before we had walked down the hill, we had joked about how dirty Jill's car was and how much it needed a wash. But now, covering the car were symbols, satanic or ancient runes, drawn in the dust and dirt. The symbols were mirror images of what you would normally see. Doug yelled at Jill to hurry as I still hadn't been able to breathe, and he was growing more terrified by the second. We sped away from the park as fast as we could, putting as much distance between us and that place as possible. When we finally stopped, I got out and took a deep breath. My memory cleared after that. Doug and Jill told me that, during the drive, I had been channeling, something about an old Indian woman, which frightened them even more than what had happened at the park. It stopped only after Doug made me put my hands into clean soil. We went to a nearby restaurant to calm down and talk about what had just happened. We had no explanation for the events of that night. When we returned to the car after leaving the restaurant, hoping we had imagined things, the symbols were still there. The next day, I found bruises on my windpipe, exactly where I had felt the pressure the night before. There were finger marks, as if someone had choked me, but only around my windpipe, not my entire neck as a human would. The following day, Doug said he knew someone who exorcised evil entities and offered to have him check out my house for any lingering effects. When his friend arrived, he discovered a patch of horrid-smelling mud under my bedroom window, where nothing would grow, much to the confusion of my landlord. Doug's friend asked Jill and me to leave while they cleansed the house. We went to the store and waited in the car afterward. We sat there, watching the house as if we expected something to happen. Realizing this, we laughed at ourselves, until we saw two bright flashes of pinkish light over the house. A few moments later, Doug and his friend emerged and told us they had been successful. When I asked how they knew the entity was gone, they asked, "Did you see the flashes of light over the house?" We nodded, and they explained, "That was the ghost trying to come back after being cast away. We've put a protective spell on you and the house. She won't be returning." And she never did. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, confused, which I know is something most people experience. But for me, from time to time, I wake up in a panic, having just dreamt of something tragic, a murder, a rape, or an assault. You might wonder what that has to do with anything, and the truth is, I don't know. But each time, I wake up with this overwhelming feeling that it's more than just a dream. It feels like a real story, one that has been given to me from beyond. But why? Am I supposed to help somehow? I try, but I never seem to succeed. I've lived my life seeing ghosts. To many, that may sound strange, but it's my reality. I am a psychic medium, and this is my life. The other night, I had a particularly disturbing dream. I was being held while I slept, and the dream that followed left a terrible taste in my mouth all day. In the dream, I was a blonde woman, pretty but terrified, trying to stay alive. Every move I made was in desperation. This man had captured me, and though I knew he wanted to harm me, I gave in willingly to avoid further pain. At one point I even asked if he had to kill me. He was an older man, ugly, with long, stringy gray hair, a bulbous nose, and a weathered face. He replied, apologizing as he said yes, he had to. The next thing I saw was the woman, me, being smothered with a pillow. Her cold, steel-gray eyes were wide open, looking straight ahead before shifting to the right, freezing in place. She was dead. Her blonde hair was wavy, and her lifeless eyes stared out at nothing. The man, calm and emotionless, stood there. He took her body and drove to a remote, abandoned house in the middle of the night, dumping her without care. I woke up traumatized. When I have dreams like these, I feel the victim's pain and fear, and the images haunt me for days. The intensity lingers, and I carry it with me until it slowly fades. I also keep having this recurring vision, one that plays out every day. It's of a woman in a powder pink V-neck sweater, arguing in the kitchen with her husband. She's around 30, very attractive, with a ponytail. He's around the same age, well-dressed and good-looking. They fight, their voices growing louder, and suddenly she stabs him, right in the heart. He falls to the floor, but she stabs him again, for more times, as she cries, her bloodied hand wiping her brow. He lies there, dead, while she stands over him, knife in hand. I see this scene on repeat, and I feel like someone is showing me this because they want justice from beyond the grave. It makes sense to me. What do you think? To some, being a medium might seem like a gift, a unique ability. To others, it might sound like fiction, something made up by the mind. But for me, it's a fact. The dreams, the feelings, the ghosts, they're all real. They're here for a reason. Maybe they have unfinished business, or maybe they want justice. Perhaps they're just holding on to something they need to let go of, and they seek my help. Sometimes I wake up to hear them telling me their names, where they're buried, and what happened. But in my half-asleep state, I often get frustrated, wishing they would go away. In hindsight, I wonder if I should be listening more closely, taking down every detail they share with me, to help bring justice to some forgotten soul. Maybe I need to pay more attention. Now, about those ghosts. You might wonder why some don't move on. When a person dies, they don't always go into the light. You might think the idea of the light is just a myth, but I believe it exists. For 5 years, I've been helping ghosts cross over. They come to me for help, but some choose not to go into the light, while others are bound to the earth because they have unfinished business. Many ghosts stay earthbound if they're less evolved or if they were mentally unwell in life. Perhaps they committed terrible acts, and they fear being punished in the afterlife. For them, staying here seems safer than confronting their fears. In my experience, ghosts behave much like they did when they were alive. They have the same personalities, fears, anxieties, and unresolved issues. Some are able to move on, while others remain stuck for years, sometimes decades or longer. They're often haunted by their own baggage, sudden deaths, murders, accidents. Some don't even realize they're dead. Convincing them of this takes time, but once they do understand, they usually cross over. Right now, I have 2 ghosts attached to me, and even they don't know why. Both are mentally ill, like stalkers who can't find their way to the light. I've helped hundreds of ghosts cross over, but these 2 are a challenge. They live in constant fear, haunted by their pasts. One is a woman who cries and has anxiety attacks, while the other is a prankster and a pervert, terrified he'll end up in some kind of afterlife prison. Both are pathological liars, and no matter how much I've tried to help them, nothing has worked. At this point, I've given up. It's time for someone else to try. The truth is, I believe no one can help them but themselves. Their fears and unfinished business are their own, and only they can save themselves. What do you think? Whatever your thoughts, know this, we are definitely not alone. Too many times, I've seen them diving under the waves. The most terrifying part is when they don't come back up for air. That's when I start to panic, wondering if I should throw off my coat and shoes, pull off my heavy jeans, and go after them. I never want to hesitate for too long, just in case it's a real, living person and not a residual echo from the past. The hardest thing about being a sensitive is that I get so accustomed to walking with the dead that I sometimes forget to separate the emotions, to distinguish between what's real and what's simply a lingering imprint. The thought of watching someone drown makes my stomach turn. So far, it's always been just memories imprinted into the area. I hear their cries as they struggle to survive, the moment they regret their choice and try to turn back. Too late. I feel their pain, their desperation as they try to hold on. Most of them get so exhausted that they can't keep their heads above the cold waters of the Pacific. The Hispanics trying to slip past the border patrol, they don't swim well. It's like a flood of images overwhelming my mind. This is one of those experiences, what I saw on a particular day. I took a drive down to Imperial Beach with my husband. From the moment we arrived, I felt a heavy sorrow pressing down on me. I never know if I'll be able to handle what I'm shown, but I can't stop living just because the dead cross my path. Hesitation gripped me, and I debated whether I should even step onto the beach. I wasn't sure if I should take the chance, but it was such a beautiful day. My husband left the decision up to me. In hindsight, I realize I made the wrong choice. I should have gone back to the car, but I wanted to take a walk along the water's edge. What I imagined as a romantic stroll turned into something entirely different. With each step, my heart grew heavier, and I tried so hard to ignore them. But I can't just shut out the voices, the cries rising from the sea. My legs grew weak, and I could no longer stand. I let go of my husband's supportive arm and sat down on the cool sand, overwhelmed. He joined me, wrapping an arm around my shoulder. Out of curiosity, I asked him if he could hear the cries. He looked into my eyes and softly said, "No." He knows not to speak too loudly when I'm in the midst of a paranormal experience. I told him what I was seeing, and he held me tighter. By then, I was trembling, tears flowing as I was swept into the wave of voices. I saw them, bobbing and weaving in the sea. I watched as they gave in, floating face down. Most had been caught in a rip tide, pulled out too far. They were so tired, their bodies betraying their will to survive. The sound of their struggle was unbearable, and the sight even worse. But I had no choice. That day, I saw hundreds from the past, men, women, children, and teens. Each death tragic, each life cut short. My husband sat beside me, watching as I mourned every single one of them. Quietly, he held me as I wept for them, listening as I described what I saw. He listened with concern and sadness. He believes in me, and for that, I am blessed. I've always had experiences with the dead, ever since my earliest memories. There are a few moments that particularly stand out. When I was 13 and my dad was in Vietnam, my family was living in El Paso, Texas. One night, I awoke to the sound of a loud party in the living room, laughter, talking, the clinking of glasses, and the sound of silverware being dropped. I got out of bed and saw my mother standing in the doorway of her bedroom, looking terrified. She asked if I heard it too. I walked down the hall, toward the noise, while my mom stayed frozen in her doorway, too scared to move. When I reached the living room and flipped the light switch, there was nothing. No people, no party, and not a thing out of place. At 19, I was staying with my widowed grandmother in Alabama. She put me up in my grandfather's old room, the same room he had slept in before he passed away. I awoke to the sound of crickets chirping on that warm summer night, feeling happy to be with my grandmother. Suddenly, the crickets went silent, and everything was still. I looked toward the foot of the bed and saw a glowing yellow orb floating near my feet, slowly moving toward my head. Rather than feeling scared, I felt comforted. I thought it must be my grandfather checking in, making sure everything was fine. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the orb vanished, and the crickets resumed their chirping. Fast forward a decade and a half to my married life in California. For 5 years, my husband and I tried to have a third child, but without success. We already had 2 healthy boys, ages 10 and 6, but my husband began insisting that we weren't meant to have another child. I told him and the family that I had this strong feeling there was a child in heaven meant for us, just waiting to join our family. One night, after an argument with my husband about the matter, I went to sleep on the sofa in the family room. I wasn't asleep yet. I was quietly crying from the fight. Suddenly, I heard a gentle young man's voice, just a few feet from me, say, "Don't cry, you will have another child." There was no figure, just a voice, but it didn't scare me. In fact, it gave me so much comfort that I lay back down, and even turned my back to where the sound had come from. Within 2 months, I was pregnant with our third son, Michael, who has been the most loving and gifted child for almost 15 years now. When Michael was about a year old, we had a Christmas photo taken of him in my arms in a bedroom, far from the tree and decorations. The photos before and after were perfectly normal, but in that particular picture, our faces were covered in sparkling Christmas colors, almost as if someone had decorated us with twinkle lights. Another time, my husband was upset with our older boys for not finishing a chore and sent them to their rooms for the night. The next day, he told me he had heard a young man's voice behind him, scolding him with, "Stop the anger, be kind to your sons." He was completely alone in the family room when it happened. I've had other strange experiences in the house, too. Once, while watching TV, I felt an odd electrical charge move through me, followed by a breeze. I could only interpret it as one of the unseen presences in the house walking right through me. Over the years, my husband and sons would joke about a Larry living in the house, even naming our pet bird after him. Then, after almost 8 years in the house, we learned from a neighbor that a college student named Larry had once lived there, and had passed away shortly after graduating. Not in the house, but close enough that it made sense. There have been many such moments in my life, but these are the ones that stand out most vividly. The dead have always been with me, whether through comforting presences, voices, or inexplicable sensations. It's just a part of my life. I've had many experiences with ghosts and spirits, both kind and evil. For some reason, I seem to be a magnet for these encounters. While years can pass between them, when they do happen, they tend to come in groups. As a Baptist, I believe in demons but also that I am protected from harm. They may try to scare or even touch me, but I firmly believe they cannot possess me. Most of my experiences are visual and auditory, with only 2 being physical. The one I want to share is both visual and auditory. It happened 7 years ago, during a particularly sad time in my life, which I believe made me more open to this experience. I was home alone in a house I shared with my sister and her husband. It was early November, around 7 p.m., in Hayward, California, and it was already dark. I had settled into my room to play some games on my computer. All the lights in the house were off, and the only light I had came from my monitor. I was casually playing a game that didn't require much concentration when I suddenly heard a noise from the kitchen. It sounded like a piece of silverware falling into our stainless steel sink. Thinking I should check it out, I went into the kitchen, only to find the silverware clean and resting in the strainer, as my sister had left it earlier. I looked in the sink to find the stray piece that had supposedly fallen, but there was nothing there. I even checked the disposal, but again, nothing. I shrugged it off, assuming it was my imagination. As I headed back to my room, I heard something slap against my bedroom door, which had somehow shut itself while I was in the kitchen. That struck me as odd since I didn't remember closing the door. My first thought was that we had a home intruder, so I instinctively grabbed my firearm from its hiding spot in the living room. When I opened the door to my room, I saw my father's cane lying on the floor at the base of the door. That cane had been sitting in my closet for years and had never moved. My mind started racing, and panic set in. Then I heard the sound of all the silverware crashing into the sink again, startling me. I immediately went into search mode, scouring the house for any signs of an intruder. After a thorough check, I found the house empty. No one was there but me. I put the firearm away and headed into the kitchen, expecting to find silverware scattered in the sink. To my surprise, it was all still neatly arranged in the strainer, just as before. By now, I realized something was toying with me. I put away the silverware and returned to my room, still feeling shaken. As I sat down, a sudden sense of dread washed over me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and it felt as though the air was being squeezed from my lungs. I've never felt fear like that before. It was as if something was trying to force its way into my consciousness. It took all my willpower, but I began to recite Psalm 23 from the Bible. As I got about a quarter of the way through, I heard a distinct hiss in my head. Across the room, the lid of my laundry basket suddenly popped up into a vertical position, hovered for a moment, and then slammed shut with force. Immediately, the room returned to normal, and I could breathe again. I turned on a few lights and went outside to collect myself. Everything seemed to settle down after that, though I was still rattled. Luckily, a female friend came over that evening and spent the night, listening to my experience. She believed it was some kind of entity, possibly a demonic one. Whatever it was, it had me shaken, and that's not something that happens easily. It all started when I was about 9 years old. I was half asleep when a small white noise woke me up. I sat up in bed, hearing the sound again. At first, I wasn't afraid, just curious. I turned my head toward the wall, where the sound seemed to be coming from, and that's when I saw something that made my heart race. In the corner, I saw a little girl sobbing quietly. I wasn't scared because I thought it was a ghost, but because I thought it was my younger sister. Yet, as I glanced to my side, I saw my sister was sound asleep right next to me. That realization filled me with fear. I didn't know what to do. The last thing I wanted was to get out of bed, so I did the only thing I could think of. I turned away, covered my head with my blanket, and tried to go back to sleep. But about an hour later, I was awoken again by the sound of sobbing. My next experience happened a few years later in the bathroom. I was sitting on a stool, washing my feet, when I got this unsettling feeling that I was being watched. The feeling was unlike anything I had felt before, a creepy, unshakable sensation. I looked around the bathroom, but saw nothing at first. Then I turned toward the small square window in the corner, and what I saw truly frightened me. There was an eye peering through the window, along with part of a face. It was dark, but I could clearly make out an eye staring back at me. Panicked, I ran out of the bathroom, nearly slipping on the soapy floor. I rushed to tell my mom, but like many parents, she didn't believe me. Still, I tried again the next day when the same thing happened. This time, I was in the bathroom when I felt that same eerie presence. I didn't want to look, but my curiosity got the better of me. I turned to the window, and there it was, the same eye staring back at me. I ran out again, and this time my dad stopped me. "Why are you running out of the bathroom?" he asked, confused. "Dad, there's someone staring at me through the window. It's the second time it's happened." I was trembling with fear. My dad grabbed a flashlight and went outside to check the space behind the house, where the bathroom window led. My curiosity got the better of me, so I followed. But we found nothing, not even footprints. That's when I realized it wasn't a person. It was a ghost. Years passed, and we moved houses several times before settling into a new home. At first, things were peaceful, but after about a month, strange things started happening. Objects would go missing, and I heard strange sounds coming from the kitchen. At first, I was the only one noticing these things, until my mom had her own experience. One day, the whole family was in the living room watching TV while my mom was sweeping. She finished and went to the bathroom, but when she tried to open the door, it slammed shut by itself. My mom thought one of us had shut the door, but when she saw all of us sitting on the couch, her face went pale. She sat down and told us what had happened. A few months later, we went to visit my grandmother. Before leaving, we made sure to turn everything off, knowing we'd be gone for a while. We had a big family dinner and came back a few hours later. As soon as we entered the house, we heard a whirring sound coming from the kitchen. My dad went to check, and he found the blender running by itself. He felt the back of it, but it wasn't warm at all. It was freezing cold, as if it had just been turned on. On March 6th, my mom and I went to Mexico on an emergency trip because my grandmother was very ill. Sadly, she passed away in her sleep. We stayed in my mom's old room, and at 2 a.m., I heard scratching on the window, like thick fingernails scraping the glass. I was terrified but turned away and forced myself to sleep. The next morning, my mom told me she had heard the same noise. The following night, the scratching returned, but this time it was worse. I woke up again to the sound, frustrated and tired. Then I heard something in the room. "Diana? Are you awake?" my mom whispered. "Yeah," I replied. "Did you hear those noises?" she asked. "Yes." "Maybe it's just mice." "There are no mice here," she said. We both tried to ignore it, and luckily, we never heard the noise again. When my grandmother passed, we knew she would come back in some way. One afternoon, my mom was napping in our cold room. She felt someone pull the blanket up to cover her more, but when she asked around, no one had entered the room. She believes it was my grandmother's spirit looking after her. A month later, I returned to California, staying with my aunt for a while. I didn't experience much there, but whenever I left her room, the door would slam shut on its own. I felt uneasy the whole time. Later, we moved into a small home, and strange occurrences followed. I once heard footsteps coming from the attic, though I didn't even know there was an attic until that night. Another time, I felt 2 fingers brush against my back while I was lying in bed. I was terrified, but all I could do was try to move on. Now we live in a 2-room house. I have my own room, and my brothers share one. My mom and sister sleep in the living room because, after hearing my stories, they prefer to stay out of my room. One day, after taking pictures in my room, I developed them and noticed 3 orbs hovering above my face in one photo. I showed my mom, but she refused to believe the house was haunted. Then, one day, while she was cooking in the kitchen, she saw a little boy peek around the corner at her. When she checked the bathroom, my little brother was still in the shower. Strange things still happen, but I've learned to ignore them and live my life. These occurrences don't frighten me as they once did. Instead, I've come to see them as part of my world, perhaps even a gift. I should have started with the beginning, with how strange things began happening even before my brother passed away. But since I'm new at this, please bear with me. My brother became ill at the end of January 2007, and in the first week of February, he was diagnosed with leukemia. It was the worst day of both our lives. For several months, he spent most of his time in the hospital. It was a truly difficult period for both of us. I spent almost all my time at the hospital with him. I even quit my job because I needed to be with him as much as possible. There was a brief time when he stayed with me at home for a week, but he was so sick that he had to be readmitted. My nephew, who is 29, and my kids would often join me at the hospital, and my brother loved having their company. One day, after breakfast, my family and I left the hospital for a few hours. I had to go looking for my sister, who was going through some problems. I found her at a park with a terrible guy, so I chased him away and took her home. Then I rushed back to the hospital to make it in time to help my brother with his lunch. My kids and nephew came with me. As soon as I walked into his room, my brother looked up at me and asked, "Are you okay? I was worried about you. I thought someone hurt you while you were fighting." I was shocked, and my family was too. There was no possible way he could have known what had happened. At this point, my brother was in a lot of pain. About a month or two before he passed, he was too weak to hold the phone, so we always had to help him if he wanted to talk. I knew he hadn't spoken to anyone on the phone that day, and I even questioned the nurses, who confirmed they hadn't assisted him either. I let it go, but another incident happened later that left us all stunned. One day, after leaving the hospital for a few hours, I told my brother I'd be back to feed him lunch. We returned a bit earlier than planned and decided to grab a bite to eat at the hospital cafeteria. They were serving tacos, and we all considered getting them, but eventually, we each chose something different. When we went up to my brother's room afterward, he looked at me and said, "Sister, why didn't you get the tacos? Those would have been good." I didn't know how to respond at first, and my family was just as confused as I was. After a moment I joked, "What are you doing, following me around?" He smiled and said, "I sure am." To this day, I believe he was telling the truth, that somehow, he was able to follow us. He always seemed to know what we were talking about, even when we were nowhere near the hospital. My kids would ask how he knew, and all I could tell them was the truth. I didn't have an answer. One of the most shocking and heartbreaking moments came when I was struggling to accept that my brother was terminally ill. The doctors kept telling me he didn't have long, but I was in denial. After a difficult conversation with the doctors, I left his room and went to the hospital chapel. I prayed to God, asking him to take me instead of my brother. I was completely alone during this prayer. When I returned to my brother's room, my oldest daughter and nephew were visiting him. He looked at me and said, "Sis, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. You don't want this." He then told me, "You have to face reality. I'm going to leave soon, and you can't stop it." Somehow, he knew what I had prayed for. I have no idea how he could have known, but he did. When I finally shared this moment with my family, they were just as shocked as I had been. About a week before he passed, I asked my brother to watch over us when he was gone, and he promised he would. He often told us how much he would miss us, and we all knew how deeply he loved us. He slipped into a coma on a Saturday, and by the following Monday, he was gone. It's amazing how you can choose a place to live, only to realize later it was a bad idea. When we bought our land in Hawaii, we decided to keep our home in California and rent it out. That helped us manage the mortgage in Hawaii, but it created a problem. Whenever we wanted to visit family or friends back in California, someone else had already taken over our house, leaving us without a place to stay. That's when my mother-in-law stepped in, offering us an empty condo to use whenever we needed. We were thrilled to have somewhere to stay, and I didn't even miss our old house much, especially since the rental income was a huge help. The condo, though, was in a strange area. Have you ever driven into a place, and as soon as you arrive, you get this gut feeling, like, whoa, something feels off? That's exactly what I felt. It was like the ground could drop out from beneath me at any moment. I'm not exaggerating. You could hear the constant rumble of the trolley and the trains blowing their whistles at sundown, a chaotic mess of noise. The condo itself was cute enough, 3 small bedrooms, a kitchen that felt like the galley of a tiny boat, and a slightly musty smell, like rotting fruit. It was built in the 1950s, so it wasn't in the best condition, but it was free. And really, you can't beat free. The neighborhood was less than ideal. 2 highways flanked the area, and it was directly under a flight path. Every few minutes, a plane would roar overhead, and the hum of freeway noise was non-stop. From the start, I was worried about the constant overstimulation, and that was before the real activity began. Soon, I was dealing with nighttime visitors, not of the living kind, but spirits. From the first night, I was greeted by the ghost of an elderly lady, standing over me in nothing but a dirty nightgown. She just stared. I turned over and told her to go away. You see, I have this gift, or curse, depending on how you look at it, of sensing spirits, and this condo was crawling with them. But it wasn't just the condo. The entire neighborhood felt haunted, like a dead zone. Whenever I took a walk around the block, it felt like the dead were everywhere. I kept sensing the ghosts of people who had overdosed or succumbed to alcohol poisoning. It felt like the area was overrun by lost souls. One time, I was in the shower when I was visited by a deceased granny. She just wandered in with a chipped coffee cup in her hand, looking more confused than anything. She kept bending down to pet her scruffy slippers, completely ignoring the fact that I was standing there, soaking wet and stark naked under the shower head. I didn't know what to do, so I just stared back at her. After a few moments of fussing over her slippers, she faded away. These ghostly encounters became a daily occurrence, and it was draining me. That's when my husband informed me that the condo complex was mostly elderly residents, and a safe haven for homeless transients. Lucky me. Between the spirits, the transients, the constant roar of planes overhead, the trolley, and the trains, I was on edge. The whole area was like a Bermuda Triangle, but worse, a hot spot for supernatural activity. I've been attacked by spirits still clinging to the mental illnesses they suffered from in life. One wild-eyed woman followed me around the condo before hauling off and hitting me in the face. Luckily, the hit was faint, more like a breeze. She lost interest in me once another spirit wandered through the living room, a middle-aged woman, dressed well but silent. She acted like she belonged there and casually sat on the edge of the leather couch to watch TV. She smoothed her skirt, as if settling in to enjoy the soap opera playing on the screen, before fading out of sight. I've been bitten on the behind by a lecherous old man, yes, deceased of course. I've been scratched down both arms, slapped, pushed, and pinched. Yet, for some reason, I'm not afraid of these roaming spirits. It's just tiring. When I visit, I limit my time in the condo because it's impossible to relax in that kind of environment. Thankfully, I'm not there much, so I can handle it. In the end, no matter where you go, you might stumble across dead zones like this one. As a sensitive, I got thrown right into the fire, but I'll survive, scars and all. A few days had passed, and things were finally quiet. I was able to get back to my life, trying to forget about the unsettling touch on my face that had freaked me out so much. But that peace didn't last for long. It was my parents' 25th wedding anniversary on October 28th, and my dad surprised my mom with a lovely getaway at a Marriott hotel in Hollywood, CA. He took her to see a sitcom being taped at Warner Brothers Studios. I can't remember the name of the show, though. I thought it was such a thoughtful, fun plan for them. Since I'm almost 21, I didn't really think much about finding someone to stay with me at the house while they were gone, even though my mom doesn't like me being home alone. She worries about me being vulnerable, especially when it's late. But anyway, my parents left for their trip, and I came home from work at around 6:30 p.m. I had my friend come over for a while, but she had to leave by 11. That's when my night alone truly began. I decided to hang out in the living room, watching some of the taped shows my dad and I always enjoyed together. But then I heard something, a noise. Now, our house doesn't usually make a lot of noise, so hearing something like that caught me off guard and made me a little uneasy. I got up to check the kitchen. Nothing. I checked the dining room. Nothing again. But when I walked back through the hallway toward the living room, it was like I walked into a wall of freezing air. It felt like I had just stepped into a freezer. The cold sent chills all the way up my spine, and I bolted back to the couch, jumping onto it as fast as I could. Not 2 seconds later, I felt a strange sensation. The energy in my body started draining, beginning with my legs. And then, as if someone had walked up to me and sat on the couch, I felt a hand on my thigh. I couldn't see anything, but I could literally sense where the hand was. It was the weirdest, most unsettling feeling. Panicked, I bolted from the living room, leaving everything on, lights, the TV, my phone. You'd think running would make you feel safer, but in this case, it didn't. I didn't get far before I heard it, my name, being called from the living room. That's when I knew I had to get the hell out of the house. I ran outside and stayed out there for a good 45 minutes, just pacing around and trying to calm myself down. I didn't know my neighbors, and I hadn't grabbed my phone, so I was on my own. Strangely, being outside felt a lot safer than being inside. When I finally worked up the nerve to go back in, I quickly turned everything off, grabbed my phone, and ran straight into my room, locking the door behind me. I left all the lights on, but I eventually fell asleep. Whatever had been at Chad's house, I think it's been following me ever since. There's so much more that's been happening that I haven't even included in this story yet. But it feels like I have some kind of stalker spirit. Or maybe it's just a friendly ghost that's attached to me. I'm not really sure. Does anyone have suggestions for how I can make this thing go away? As fun as this might sound to some, it's more annoying and scary than anything, especially when you're alone. My stepdad was a county social worker, and one of his regular visits was to the local sanitarium, the mental health hospital. It was a place where the most severe cases were kept. At the time, I volunteered at the regular hospital just a block away. Every time I passed the mental health hospital, I felt something pulling at me, like an invisible hand reaching out, imploring me to come closer. It wasn't something I could physically feel, but the sensation was so strong that it was hard to ignore. And yet, the last place I wanted to go was inside those walls. But over time, curiosity got the better of me. One day, I finally asked my stepdad, "What do you think about giving me a tour?" I remember him smiling with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I can make the arrangements. Can you come after work tomorrow?" I said yes, even though nerves started to creep in. My shift at the hospital ended at 8 p.m., and I was nervous. My stepdad didn't know about my gifts, the ability I had to sense and communicate with those on the other side. It wasn't something I talked about with him because he didn't believe in that kind of thing. But something inside that hospital was calling me, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was someone reaching out for help, or something darker. The next day, as the clock ticked down to the end of my shift, I felt a mixture of excitement and dread. After changing out of my uniform, I met my stepdad in the lobby of the hospital. "Are you sure you want to do this?" he asked, his tone more serious now. "Absolutely," I replied, even though my heart was pounding. We were buzzed into the sanitarium by a burly man in white. He looked more like a bouncer than a hospital worker. Inside, the halls looked just like a regular hospital, except the doors had heavier locks. Patients wandered around, but none of them seemed unstable at first glance. But what did I know? As we walked, a young man emerged from a darkened room and startled me. My heart skipped a beat when he touched my face and said, "Pretty." My stepdad took him gently by the hand and led him back to his room. "Joel, get back in bed," he said softly. Joel appeared to be around my age, and I couldn't help but feel a deep sadness for him. Had he been like this his whole life? I would never know. Just as I was gathering my thoughts, chaos erupted down the hall. I could hear chairs being thrown, screams, and cries echoing through the hallway. My stepdad sprinted toward the commotion, leaving me alone. Suddenly, the air around me felt thick, wrong. The lighting in the hallway began to dim, and shadows seemed to creep up the walls, swallowing the brightness overhead. My knees started to shake, and a cold dread washed over me. Whatever had called me to this place was coming. Figures began to materialize in front of me, first one, then two, then more. I backed away in fear, but before I knew it, I tripped and fell, landing hard on my back. I looked up and found myself staring into the face of Joel, the patient my stepdad had just helped to bed. He reached down, helped me to my feet, and then stood in front of me like a shield. "Go away!" he bellowed at the dark shapes advancing toward us. He could see them too. I was frozen in place, unable to move, but Joel wasn't done. He dropped to his knees and started to pray. I quickly followed his lead, and as we prayed, the shadows began to retreat. Just then, my stepdad and a group of orderlies came rushing down the hall. They scooped Joel off the floor and carried him away. I heard his cries for his mother, but the sound was abruptly cut off by the slamming of a door. My stepdad apologized, but I could barely register what he was saying. I was dazed, the fear still clinging to me as he led me outside. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced that something was following us. But whatever haunted that sanitarium stayed within its walls. It took me days to shake the fear. The entities inside that hospital, they weren't just spirits. They were dark, unclean, and they seemed to feed on the suffering of the patients trapped there. All I could do was pray, for the souls locked in their own minds and locked inside those walls. And I prayed especially hard for Joel. This story took place when I first moved to the US from the Philippines. I didn't want to leave, but it was something I had to do. When we arrived, my family and I stayed at a hotel for the first week, one that was rumored to be haunted. My mom wanted it to be a family bonding experience, but I wasn't really into it. I was the type who preferred hanging out with friends. On the second day of our stay, my mom suggested we explore the town. Everyone was excited about it except me. I knew that if I told her I didn't want to go, she'd still make me, so I faked not feeling well to stay behind. She wanted to stay with me, but I reassured her I'd be fine, and after a while, she agreed and left with the others. I was happy to have the room to myself, though I did feel a bit guilty. I grabbed the remote to find something to watch, but like most hotel TVs, there wasn't anything interesting on. I tossed the remote aside and went to look for my PSP. I found it, but it had run out of battery during the drive, and my charger was in the car. Frustrated, I turned back to the TV, but to my surprise it was off. I didn't remember turning it off, but I shrugged it off. As a last resort, I picked up a magazine and started flipping through it. After a while, I noticed that 2 words had been cut out from one of the pages. I assumed some kid had gotten to it before me, and the thought distracted me from the earlier oddities. Then, out of nowhere, the sound of glass breaking echoed through the room. I followed the sound to the bathroom, expecting to find something knocked over, but everything was in place. No broken glass, no mess. The silence was eerie until suddenly, loud music blared from the TV. I jumped. I grabbed the remote and hit the power button, but nothing happened. I flipped it over to check for batteries. There were. I tossed the remote onto the bed and unplugged the TV, and finally it turned off. My heart was racing. Needing a break, I went down to the lobby to relax. I stayed there for what felt like hours before finally deciding to head back to the room. As I approached the door, I heard music again, thinking my parents had returned. I opened the door with my card, but instead of my family, I saw a little boy standing by the television, which had somehow turned itself on again. His face was blurred, but I could tell he was a child, so I assumed it was my little brother. But when I moved closer, he vanished. I didn't scream. I was startled, but by then, I was somewhat used to spirits. Still spooked, I went into the bathroom to wash my face. That's when I saw the words, "Help me," stuck to the mirror. They looked like they had been cut out from a magazine. I ran back to the magazine I had been reading and found the exact spot where the words had been cut out. My mind raced. Trying to make sense of it all, I called out to the boy, asking what his name was and how I could help him. Each time I asked, the television would either turn on or switch channels. It was as if that was the only way he could communicate. Eventually, I grew too tired to continue, and I went to sleep. I was woken up later by a touch on my leg, but it was my mom, trying to wake me up. It was late in the afternoon, and we were all heading out to dinner. I decided not to tell anyone about what had happened, figuring it wouldn't help. During dinner, though, my little brother tugged on my shirt. When I asked him what was up, he said, "Who was with you when you were sleeping?" Confused, I asked him what he meant, and he told me he saw a boy sitting on the bed, staring at me. Chills ran down my spine, but I shrugged it off and told him he must have been imagining things. For the rest of the week, I had smaller encounters, feeling my hand being touched or my hair brushed by an unseen presence. The TV would still turn on or switch channels whenever I was alone, but it didn't bother me anymore. The boy never tried to hurt me, so I was okay with it. In a strange way, I felt like I had gained another little brother. I never found out who he was, but he left a lasting impression on me. When it was time to leave the hotel, I felt a tug on my shirt, as if the boy didn't want me to go. I spread my arms wide as if to invite him for a hug, and I felt a cold breeze wrap around my waist. It was comforting but also heartbreaking, knowing I had to leave. I said goodbye and stepped out of the room. As we drove away from the hotel, I glanced back and saw a figure of a little boy waving from the window of our room. We were driving along a two-lane highway, windows slightly cracked to let in the cool evening air. The scent of trees filled the night, creating a calming and peaceful atmosphere as we wound our way up the hills. It was a quiet drive, until we came across a man, his two young daughters, and their broken-down car on the side of the road. The sight of the three of them stranded on the hillside tugged at my mom's heart. The car looked like it held everything they owned, packed to the brim with bags and boxes. My dad immediately pulled over onto the gravel behind their vehicle. The man and his daughter stood there, helplessly waiting for someone to offer assistance. My dad asked if they needed help, and the man replied, "Yes, please. My car's out of gas, and I can't leave my daughters alone out here." My parents, always kind-hearted, offered to go back down the hill to fetch gas. The man, incredibly grateful, handed my dad a $5 bill. My dad reassured him, "We'll be back in a few minutes." As we pulled back onto the road, the headlights caught the small family in their glare, and I remember feeling that there was something strangely surreal about the way they stood there. It was as if they didn't fully belong in that moment, yet we thought nothing of it. We headed back down the mountain, where the road was empty and quiet, without a single car in sight. Once we reached the bottom, we quickly filled up a gas can and grabbed 2 candy bars for the little girls. We were eager to help them, and within less than 5 minutes, we were heading back up the hill. But when we returned to the exact spot where we'd left them, they were gone. The car, the man, the 2 girls, everything had vanished. There was no sign of anyone or anything. Not even a tire track was visible on the gravel, which was smooth and undisturbed, as if no one had ever been there. We were all shocked and a bit uneasy. There was no way they could have gotten past us. We had driven straight down the hill to the gas station, and the road was deserted. If they had coasted down the hill, we surely would have seen them. My dad drove a little farther up the road, thinking perhaps the man had managed to start the car and drive a bit. But no matter where we looked, there was no trace of them. Puzzled, we turned around and headed back down the hill, but still, no sign of the family or their car. My parents and I were left feeling mystified, chills creeping up our spines as we tried to make sense of the situation. The plastic jug of gasoline and the 2 candy bars were still with us, but the family we intended to help had vanished completely, as if they'd never been there. What struck us the most was how smooth the gravel was. There should have been tire tracks, but there was nothing. It was as though the man, his daughters, and their car had simply disappeared into thin air. We drove back up the hill one more time, only to come across a dead end. At that point, we all realized the truth. We had just experienced something beyond explanation. It was a ghostly encounter. The strangers, the car, and everything about the situation had felt slightly off from the beginning, and now it made sense. They left no tracks, no evidence of ever being there, and something about them just didn't feel normal. My grandma, Mimi, passed away on September 27, 2005, just a little over a month after Hurricane Katrina hit. She had been battling Alzheimer's for 8 years by then, no longer recognizing any of us or even herself. Mimi had been living in a nursing home in New Orleans, where she received 24-hour care. After the hurricane, they evacuated her, and we believe the stress of the move contributed to her passing. Her ashes weren't buried until November 2008 because the cemeteries in New Orleans were still damaged. For 3 years, her ashes sat in my parents' house, which always gave me a bit of an eerie feeling. Before Alzheimer's took hold, Mimi lived in a senior apartment building. I used to stay with her often, and I loved every visit. She always kept Kit Kats in the fridge, swearing they tasted better cold, and I would happily devour them. Her apartment had a distinct smell, not bad, just hers, and it always stuck with me. Mimi also sold Avon for years, and after her husband passed, it became her life. In April 2006, I got married and moved to Southern California. My son was born in October 2007, long after Mimi had passed. He never met her, and I didn't have any photos of her because they were lost in the hurricane. I never talked about her around him, nor did I ever mention the name Mimi. However, my son was with me in November 2008 when we finally buried her ashes in the crypt. Her full name was used during the burial, but nothing unusual happened that day. Then, in March 2009, something strange occurred. I was cleaning up in the living room while my son napped in his room with the door closed. I had been sorting through Avon boxes and had a few apple cinnamon candles burning, filling the air with their scent. Suddenly, I smelled something very different, something unmistakable. It was the scent of Mimi's apartment, her clothes, her presence. It was her smell, and it hit me out of nowhere. I hadn't opened anything that belonged to her, so it didn't make sense. I searched through the Avon boxes, sniffing them, but they just smelled like cardboard. The smell lingered for a moment, then disappeared just as quickly. I smiled, thinking maybe Mimi had stopped by for a visit. An hour later, my son woke up, and when I went to get him, the faint smell of Mimi returned, only to fade just as fast. My son was standing in his crib, smiling and laughing. I laid him on the changing table to change his diaper, and as I did, he pointed up toward the ceiling and said, "Mimi." Surprised, I pointed to myself and said, "No, baby mama." He pointed to me and said, "Mama," then pointed to the corner above his crib and said again, "Mimi." I was speechless. I asked him, "Did Mimi come to play with you?" He just clapped, smiling. That night, after putting my son to bed, I could hear him babbling in his room, as he sometimes did before falling asleep. Usually, it lasts 30 minutes to an hour. But that night, as I lay in my own bed reading, I noticed he was still awake at 2 a.m., talking more loudly than usual. I got up to check on him, and just as I reached the door, I heard him saying, "Mimi, Mimi, Mimi," followed by laughter. As strange as it sounds, my cheeks started to burn for no reason. I opened the door, and the scent of Mimi filled the room, so strong it nearly knocked me back. My son was standing in his crib, bouncing and laughing. I checked on him, and by the time I laid him back down, the smell had faded. I went back to my room, too creeped out to sleep, but I kept hearing my son say "Mimi" from his room. That night, I dreamed about her. We were sitting in her living room, eating Kit Kats, her favorite. She looked at me and said, "I'm glad you're finally happy." Since that night, I haven't smelled her scent, and my son hasn't mentioned Mimi again. I've always believed that children can see things we adults can't, or maybe choose not to see. In my heart, I feel Mimi came to meet and play with her great-grandson and to check up on me one last time. We arrived around 2:30 p.m. and were able to check into our room. As we unlocked the door, I noticed a little yellow flower on the floor in front of it. It was a fake flower. I picked it up, but as soon as we stepped inside, I instantly felt sick, like car or motion sickness. I even asked my husband if the boat was moving, and he responded, "Are you joking?" I told him I wasn't, that I suddenly felt nauseous. But I brushed it off. We explored the room, fiddling with the lights, switches, and fixtures, leaving the little yellow flower on the vanity. We still had time before my in-laws arrived, so we went for a walk around the ship. As we stepped onto the promenade deck, which felt like stepping back into the 1930s, I suddenly smelled cigar or pipe smoke. I thought, nobody should be smoking in here, and asked my husband if he smelled anything. He said he only smelled food from the lounge nearby. But the smell disappeared just as quickly as it came. We continued to explore and did some shopping. When my in-laws arrived, we went to their room, A113. As they unlocked their door, I noticed another little yellow flower, just like the one I found at our door, sitting on the floor. I pointed it out to my husband, but he shrugged it off, saying maybe our son had picked it up and dropped it there. We checked out their room and prepared to go out for dinner. Realizing I'd left my phone in our room, I went back to retrieve it, and there, on the vanity, was the yellow flower I had left earlier. The same one. I couldn't understand how the same flower could appear in front of both rooms. That night, my in-laws offered to watch our son so my husband and I could take a tour. The only one available was the Twilight Historical Tour, which included a stop at the first-class swimming pool. I was excited, armed with cameras, ready for an adventure. The tour was fascinating, and we learned so much about the ship's history. As we walked through the promenade deck, the guide explained that one of the shops, now called Pacific Times, had been a cigar and smoke shop in the 1930s. That explained the smell I'd experienced earlier. It made sense now. As the tour continued, we visited the wheelhouse, which included rooms like the chart room and what seemed like quarters for the crew. While I was exploring, I saw a man in a gray naval uniform walk by the doorway. I went to follow him, but no one was there. His uniform's deep gray color stood out vividly. Later, I learned that when the Queen Mary was known as the Grey Ghost, during the war, everything on the ship, including uniforms, was painted gray. There were no reflective surfaces to avoid detection by enemies. Next, we visited the first-class swimming pool. As we stood around taking photos, I kept catching glimpses of something from the corner of my eye. Our guide even mentioned seeing something too, and others in the group nodded in agreement. As the group moved on, I lingered to take more pictures, and then I saw it, water in the pool. Just a second before, the pool was empty. I grabbed my husband and said, "Look, there's water in the pool!" He looked but didn't see anything. When I looked again, the water was gone. The guide later confirmed that the pool had not been filled for years. None of the pipes worked. The tour ended near the infamous deadly staircase, where 2 people had fallen and died, including a little girl named Jackie. It's believed she haunts the pool area. We also learned that the Queen Mary was top-heavy, and the ship often rocked badly, which might explain the extreme motion sickness I felt when we first arrived in our room. Back in our room, we were getting ready for bed. The ship was noisy, with thin walls, and I asked my husband if he wanted the windows open. He said no, as they were heavy and difficult to open without making a loud noise, and he didn't want to wake our son. I'm a light sleeper, but that night, I was unusually tired and fell asleep quickly. Around 12:14 a.m., I woke up to the sound of heavy, raspy breathing. At first I thought it was coming from the room next door, but then I realized it was coming from our room. I looked over at my husband, but he was facing me, sound asleep. My heart started racing as I sat up, and then I froze. There was a man standing by the vanity, his figure dark like a shadow. The moment I saw him, he melted into the shadows on the wall. I could barely make out his features, but it looked like he was wearing a hat, and I smelled cigar smoke. Surprisingly, I didn't panic. I calmly checked on my son and then went back to bed, feeling extremely drowsy, almost drugged. I fell asleep quickly but woke again around 2 a.m. to the sound of footsteps, which seemed to be moving around my side of the bed. I didn't see anyone, but I caught a faint whiff of cigar smoke before it quickly vanished. At 3:16 a.m., I was startled awake by the sound of the door handle rattling loudly, followed by faint voices. I thought maybe some drunken guests were trying to get into our room by mistake, so I turned on the light, ready to tell them they had the wrong room. But instead, I saw the bathroom door handle moving, as if someone were trying to open it. I got up to investigate, but by the time I reached the door, it had stopped. I peeked inside the bathroom, but nothing was out of the ordinary, aside from the constant hum of the fan. The next morning, we woke up around 8 a.m., and I noticed the left window was wide open. I asked my husband if he had opened it during the night, but he said no, and I hadn't opened it either. Given how loud and heavy those windows were, I knew I would have heard it opening. As we prepared to leave, we stopped at the Starboard Bakery for breakfast. The room used to be the children's playroom, and while we were there, our son kept laughing, clapping, and babbling, as if he were talking to someone invisible. He held up his wind-up monkey, showing it to what seemed like no one. But it was clear to me that he wasn't alone. Though the experience was eerie, I feel fortunate to have witnessed something. My husband didn't experience anything, but our son's reactions made me believe we weren't alone on the Queen Mary. A couple of weeks ago, I had a peculiar incident that I'd forgotten about until I read a similar story here today, and it reminded me of another strange event from earlier this month. It all started when I went to get my son's taekwondo gear for his class, only to find my wife had washed it but left it in the washing machine. I had about 20 minutes before I had to leave to pick him up from school, so my wife quickly tossed the uniform into the dryer and turned it on. I instinctively checked the temperature control and saw the dial was set to whites hot, instead of the colored warm or delicate slow settings. We both went back upstairs to wait. About 10 minutes later, my wife called down to me saying the uniform was still damp, and I'd be late if I didn't hurry. I rushed downstairs, but when I looked at the dryer, I got a little frustrated and asked her why she changed the temperature dial to warm. It was now set to colored warm. My wife gave me a confused look. "I didn't touch it," she said. She even mentioned that she had double-checked the setting and made sure it was on hot before we came upstairs. We both stood there for a moment, and then it hit us at the same time. "Leave the dials alone!" she practically shouted, only to look embarrassed right after for yelling at, well, what we both thought might have been a ghost. That incident reminded me of another one that happened not too long ago, just after I finished working out. I was in the shower, cooling off. I turned the temperature knob about an eighth of a turn from my normal setting, expecting a cooler but not cold shower. After about 30 seconds, I noticed the water hadn't changed temperature, so I turned to check the knob. It was still exactly where I usually have it, even though I had just adjusted it. I sighed, changed the setting again, and then, like my wife, I felt a bit ridiculous, talking to a ghost. "I just want to cool off," I said. "Thanks for trying to help, but please don't change the knob." Now, maybe I hadn't turned the shower knob as much as I thought, but the dryer incident? That was something else entirely. My wife and I both noted the dryer was set to whites hot, and yet when we came back down, it was on colored warm. No one else was in the house, and those dials are at the back of the machine, impossible to bump by accident. My wife had even started the dryer when I checked the setting. I have no logical explanation for how the dryer's temperature knob could have changed on its own. But I guess, just like with the shower, maybe something, or someone, decided to lend a hand. In 2000, I moved to Los Angeles with my boyfriend at the time, Eric. He lived in a small, overpriced one-bedroom apartment in Studio City, and we decided to find a cheaper, bigger place together. We came across a charming one-bedroom apartment in Sherman Oaks, built in the 1920s. It had all the character I loved, built-in cabinets, vintage charm, and a great location for only $600 a month. But the moment we walked in, Eric felt something was off. He refused to even look at the rest of the place, saying he wouldn't live there. Fast forward 6 months. Eric and I were doomed from the start. He had a severe drinking problem, and our relationship was falling apart. I managed to break our lease and began searching for my own place. A coworker of mine, June, who owned some properties, mentioned a one-bedroom apartment available for $625 a month. When I drove up, I couldn't believe it. It was the same place Eric and I had seen months earlier. The lease was for 1 year, but I didn't think much about why it had been vacant. I loved it, and I moved in. For the first year, everything was fine. I was hardly ever home, spending most weekends in San Diego dancing as a go-go dancer, or having my daughter, Sierra, stay with me when she wasn't living temporarily with her dad. But as time went on, and I started staying home more, strange things began happening. The first incident was hard to ignore. I was on the phone with a guy I was dating when suddenly, 2 framed pictures hanging on the dining room wall flew off simultaneously. They weren't just knocked askew, they flew off the wall. I assumed it was an earthquake and asked my boyfriend if he had felt anything, but nothing else in the house moved. The nails were still firmly in the wall, and the picture hooks were secure. It didn't make sense, but I brushed it off as a weird coincidence. A week later, I came home to a dark house. As I reached for the floor lamp to turn it on, the light flicked on by itself. Again I dismissed it, thinking it was a wiring issue. But the odd occurrences continued, things like my TV remote going missing and never resurfacing, my hairbrush disappearing, and other little annoyances that I tried to explain away. Then, things got even stranger. It was Christmas time, and I had ordered a gift for Sierra, a Cinderella castle that lit up and played music. When it arrived, I put the unopened box at the foot of my bed and went to sleep. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to flashing lights and loud music. The castle, still in the box, had come to life. I couldn't turn it off, so I dragged it into the kitchen, shut all the doors, and tried to go back to sleep, but I was rattled. The next day, I figured it was just a wiring issue, but when Sierra opened the gift on Christmas morning, it wouldn't turn on. Then I noticed the box. 4 AA batteries required. There were no batteries in it when it went off the night before. Things escalated from there. One night, I put Sierra to bed, and she kept asking to leave the light on. I refused, and about 15 minutes later she screamed. I ran to her room, and she was white as a ghost, saying, "Mommy, the old lady pulled my blankets off me." Her blankets were piled at the foot of the bed. I didn't believe her and scolded her for making up stories, a decision I would regret soon after. Later that summer, Sierra was visiting her dad, and I was alone. My friends Gina and Ashley came over, and I told Gina about the strange things happening. To my surprise, she didn't laugh. She admitted she had experienced weird things while babysitting at my place. Ashley, who hadn't heard about any of this, asked to use the bathroom. She walked into the hallway, stopped abruptly, and returned to say, "Anna, something's not right. There's a bad energy in your hallway." It freaked me out because she had no idea what had been going on. From that point, it all spiraled. My apartment was plagued with flies, no matter what I did. Even after the manager checked the windows and crawl space, I'd come home to 20 or 30 flies, all in the living room. The cold in the apartment was unbearable. It wasn't just a normal cold, it was bone-chilling, no matter how many heaters I used. The worst incident happened one night around 2 a.m. I was praying for Sierra before bed when I started hearing banging. At first, I thought it was my upstairs neighbor, but she was an elderly woman in a wheelchair, so it didn't make sense. The banging grew louder, and my bedroom door began violently rattling, as if someone was trying to break in. Terrified, I jumped out of bed, flipped on the light, and threw open the door, screaming. But there was no one there. Every light in the house was now on. The TV, stereo, and computer were all on, blaring static. The doors I had closed before bed were wide open. As I stood in the hallway, the windows started rattling. I screamed, "Stop it!" and was startled by a knock at the door. It was the manager, asking if I was okay. She had heard my screams. I explained what had happened, and to my horror she said, "Oh, I thought you weren't having the same problems Carlos had." Carlos was the previous tenant. He had broken his lease 5 months in, fleeing in the middle of the night, claiming the house was haunted. The rent was so low because no one ever stayed longer than 6 months. That night, I left and stayed at my boyfriend's place. The next day, at work, my boss noticed something was wrong and asked me what was going on. I reluctantly told him, and instead of laughing, he told me to talk to his wife, Wendy, who knew about these things. She came to meet me and told me to take back my house. She gave me sage and salt water and told me to open the windows and tell the spirit to leave me and my daughter alone or get out. I felt ridiculous, but I did it, and things seemed to calm down. We stayed for another 8 months before moving to West Hollywood to be closer to my fiancé. After we moved out, I looked into the history of the apartment. I found that an elderly woman had died there, and a young man had committed suicide in the detached garage. My daughter later told me she had experienced more strange things but didn't want to scare me. I felt awful for not believing her that night when she screamed for me, but I certainly got my share of fear. A year later, I heard they bulldozed the whole street and built new houses. Where my apartment used to be, they didn't build anything. It's now a children's park with a couple of benches. I can't help but wonder if the new tenants ever had any problems. Hello, my name is Voice. I'm 20 years old and half Vietnamese. Before I start, I'd appreciate it if none of you made fun of my name, Scratch his head, because, for some reason, many people do. Anyway, I stumbled upon this site some time ago, made an account, and then completely forgot about it. After quite some time, I remembered it again while searching for a solution to my friend Iris's paranormal problem. She's 18, by the way. I figured I'd use this site for some advice because, apparently, Iris and her cousin Natsa decided to mess with something they definitely shouldn't have: the Ouija board. 2 days ago, on a Friday after classes, Natsa asked me to drive to their house for a sleepover, telling me to pack some clothes and essentials. I had a funny feeling about it because Natsa's always been known for his crazy stunts, like setting his dog's poop on fire to toast a marshmallow, so I decided to be cautious. Along with my clothes, I packed 15 lavender-scented candles, a bit of sage, some black sand, just in case, and incense sticks. When I got to their 2-story house, I let myself in, my chains, bells, and keys chiming with every step. Iris and Natsa greeted me with their usual enthusiasm, but I could see the nervousness behind their smiles. I tossed my keys onto the side table, slumped onto the couch, and stretched my legs onto the coffee table. "Well?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. Iris bit her lip while Natsa grinned madly and pulled out what I had hoped I wouldn't see: an Ouija board. My mood dropped instantly. I grabbed my keys and bag, ready to leave without a word. "I promise we'll only use it this once and never again," Iris pleaded as I paused at the door. I sighed heavily and stomped back into the living room, warning them both that I wanted no part in their future misery. They reluctantly agreed, especially after I threatened to pour bleach into their curry when they weren't looking. While they set up their gateway to doom, I poured black sand in a wide circle around myself, lit 5 candles, and stepped into my protective barrier. I also lit 3 incense sticks, held them in my hands, and waited. Natsu, being his usual reckless self, pricked his finger and let a few drops of blood fall into a glass bowl filled with water. I thought they'd just start asking questions, but apparently blood rituals were part of his plan. Iris followed suit, and soon, the typical questions started. "What year did you die? Were you murdered?" Then, out of nowhere, I had an idea. "Are you a demon?" I asked aloud. The Ouija board flew off the table and crashed to the floor, splitting in half. My candles went out instantly. We stared at each other in shock, blinking a few times. "So, I'm gonna say that's a yes," Natsa muttered, rubbing his head as he quickly wrapped up the board and put it away. "Okay, no more," he added, much smarter this time. Iris agreed, yawning. "Let's just go to sleep, it's late." We laid out our sleeping bags, and before we knew it, we were out cold. The next morning, Iris ran out of the bathroom screaming, pale and shaking. I rushed upstairs with Natsu, and what we found was unsettling: a dead crow lying in the sink, blood pooling around it. The tiny bathroom window was open, but there was no way the bird could have injured itself like that. Its throat had been slit, almost decapitating it. I made Natsa clean it up while I inspected the body, but there were no signs of bullet wounds or anything else that could explain it. After burying the bird, we thought it was over. 3 hours later, around noon, while having a late breakfast, thanks to Natsa burning the cereal, the lights suddenly went out. All the china plates on the shelves fell in a row, shattering to the floor. I managed to save one, but the rest were destroyed. Then we found a piece of paper with the words, "Der River Erramption," written on it. Nothing else has happened since, but I have a feeling this isn't over. I'm just looking for advice on what to do next. Before my time, sensitivity to the paranormal has run down my father's side of the family. No one on my mother's side ever displayed even a hint of sensitivity. In fact, they seemed to repel paranormal activity. My grandfather, on my mother's side, had this extraordinary presence. He was bold and unafraid, the kind of person who did what others wouldn't dare. He visited graveyards at midnight, provoked spirits and demons with Ouija boards, even spent nights there, and nothing ever happened. He'd done everything to mess with the paranormal, but nothing ever came of it. As a child, though, my grandpa was different. He had terrifying dreams of spirits tormenting him, chasing him. Sometimes they'd manifest and scare him out of his wits. But eventually he flipped the script. His dreams shifted to him chasing those spirits down, stabbing them violently, laughing maniacally. After that, the manifestation stopped, and the dreams disappeared. My dad's side of the family, however, is a completely different story. We're like magnets for paranormal activity. This gift, or curse, passed down to me, and I just pray my younger siblings don't have it. My dad always told me I was the special one, acknowledging that I had the same ability, but to a greater degree. He comforted me through it all, even when I felt my faith slipping and my soul burning. But let's start at the beginning. I didn't begin to experience things until I was around 6 or 7 years old. Every night, like clockwork, I'd wake up around 3 a.m., hop out of my parents' bed, and be compelled to sit in the hallway under a small light. I'd sit there, staring into the darkness, seeing movement at first, then solid shapes, and eventually details. It progressed until I could hear things, though I couldn't make out any words. I was terrified, sitting there frozen in fear, but for some reason, I kept going back night after night, drawn to that darkness. When I was 10, we moved into a new house. My grandpa reassured me, saying there was nothing to be afraid of in this house. Our old house, though, there was a reason to be afraid. He later told me that the former owner had committed suicide because his wife was cheating on him. I'd never met the man, but my grandpa told me he was kind and compassionate. He had even taken my family in when they had nowhere else to go, fleeing from Vietnam during the war. One day, my grandpa showed me a photo of himself standing next to a man who was holding a baby. That baby was me. The man was smiling, looking incredibly happy. I couldn't believe it. I still wonder to this day if that man was the one trying to communicate with me during those nights. As I got older, the experiences continued. In the new house, I started seeing faces flickering in the bathroom mirror. Not just ghostly faces, but rotten, decaying faces. Flesh barely clinging on, blood running down their cheeks, and horrific grins. I'd run out of the bathroom in a panic, staying close to my family for hours before I felt safe again. Coming home from school alone was the worst. I'd walk in the door, already dreading the silence. I'd see figures out of the corner of my eye, feel hands grip me, hear heavy breathing. Sometimes, the grip was so strong I couldn't move. The most terrifying night was when I bolted to my parents' room after hearing footsteps and whispers getting closer. I tried to explain what was happening, but my parents saw and heard nothing, despite it continuing to harass me right there in the room. My dad, who was also sensitive, didn't notice a thing, which shocked me. That night was filled with strange occurrences. The dresses in my mother's closet started to rattle, and shadowy legs sprouted from them, crawling like snakes across the floor. Green, glowing eyes appeared everywhere, the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and voices whispered threats of death and abandonment. I felt hopeless, like I was being crushed by the weight of everything around me. But then something changed. A wave of rage washed over me, and my face twisted into a grimace. The activity stopped. I didn't know where the rage came from, but it was like a defense mechanism, and it worked. The entities left me alone for several years after that, and I lived in peace for a while. But now, at 15, it's slowly coming back. It started with whispers and fleeting glimpses of figures at the edge of my vision. Then I had a dream that left me more confused than scared. I was in an endless, blank white room, and a figure appeared. It was a tall, slender elderly man, and though he looked familiar, I didn't recognize him. He said, "I've waited so long, Devon. Now that you're here, I can give you what is rightfully yours, a gift." He placed his hands on my head, and I felt an excruciating burning sensation spread through my entire body. I screamed, both in the dream and in real life. I woke up with my head pounding and stumbled to the bathroom. When I looked in the mirror, There were bloody handprints imprinted on my head. I frantically washed them off, and there were no scratches or marks left, but I still felt the burning sensation. I described the man to my family, and my grandma broke down in tears. She told me I had perfectly described my great-grandfather, someone I'd never met. Recently, I've developed a strange new ability, something like a seventh sense. I can control it, turning it on and off like a switch. When it's on, I can see auras around everything and everyone, but when I look at myself, I don't have one. I've also become stronger, both physically and mentally. What's even stranger is that I seem to have the ability to frighten entities. Just yesterday, I woke up to an incredibly detailed figure standing by my bed. It looked human, with skin and everything, but had an evil expression and aggressive posture. Instead of being scared, I felt only anger. I shouted at it, and its expression changed. It looked scared. Then it just left. I don't know what's happening to me, but I can't shake the feeling that all of these events are connected. I just wish I understood what it all means. I'm 35 years old, and I'm writing this to share my story, hoping to find out if anyone else has experienced something similar. A little background: I grew up in Monterey, California, and between 1978 and 1981, my family moved around several cities before finally settling in Hollister, California, in 1982. Back then, Hollister was a small town. We moved into an old Victorian house, a bit creepy, yes, but it was only a one-story place. We had heard stories about someone committing suicide in what used to be the attic, but those stories were quickly dismissed. I, however, have always been easily spooked, and I never took those stories lightly. Despite being young in the 80s, I've always felt like I had a sensitivity to the paranormal. My family lived in that Victorian house for 7 years, and I can easily recall 15 to 20 experiences I had with the paranormal there. Other members of my family experienced things too, but for some reason, none of us wanted to believe what we had seen or heard. In 1987, we moved back to the Monterey Peninsula, leaving that house and its strange happenings behind. But the story I really want to share happened years later when my two sisters and I moved into an apartment together in our 20s. The apartment we moved into was in bad shape when we first saw it. There were holes in the walls, like someone had punched through them, and the carpet had a large burn mark in the middle of the living room. I didn't get a good feeling about the place from the start, but my sister's friend assured us that the owners were going to renovate it and make it livable before we moved in. When we came back, the apartment was in great shape. Everything was newly renovated except for the outdated 70s-looking kitchen. We moved in and, at first, everything seemed fine. It was exciting for us, living on our own, going to school, and working. The apartment had a good-sized upstairs bedroom, and we took turns sharing the queen bed, while one of us slept on the floor. A month went by, and that's when things started to get strange. There was a family living next door, and they had a young child, a baby, I think. Every night, like clockwork, we would hear the baby crying. But this wasn't just any normal crying, it sounded terrified, like something was hurting the child. The parent would come in and try to calm the baby down, but it didn't seem to help. Night after night, we heard the haunting cries, and it began to get to me. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I told my sisters that if something was wrong, I would call the cops or CPS. I wasn't kidding. The baby's cries were so eerie, it left me feeling uneasy every single night. The next night, it happened again. The same heartbreaking crying. Frustrated, I told my sister to say a small prayer to help us sleep, and to include the baby in her prayer. It was my turn to sleep on the bed that night, and as my sister began praying, I listened. I remember her saying, "God, we come to you tonight to thank you for this day you've given us. We ask that you keep us safe this evening and that we can have a productive day tomorrow. We also come to you and ask that you please help this child next door who cries all night. We hope no one is hurting him in any way. Please be with him tonight and then, all at once, we felt something. It was like something large entered the room. My sister stopped praying abruptly, and my other sister, who had been sleeping on the floor, jumped into bed with us. We were all terrified, frozen in place. I asked them, "Do you feel that? That heaviness in the room?" They both said yes. The air felt thick, and we could sense the presence of something big moving through the room, passing from our apartment into the neighbor's. I asked my sister to continue the prayer, and she did. As soon as she finished, we all felt a sense of calm wash over us. The heaviness lifted. That's when I noticed something else. I asked my sisters, "Do you hear that? The baby isn't crying anymore." We all agreed that we should pray out loud every night before bed from that point on. A few weeks later, we moved out of that apartment, and it was the best decision we could have made. To this day, my sisters don't like to talk about what happened that night. For them, not discussing it makes it feel as if it never really happened. But I know it did, and I just want to know if anyone else has had a similar experience. It would be comforting to know that we aren't alone. I was visiting my uncle in Sacramento with my brother and dad. My uncle now lives in my grandparents' house, where they used to live before they passed away. When I first entered the house, I didn't feel anything strange or heavy. It's a nice place with a 1950s vibe, though my uncle had modernized it a bit with some renovations. We were staying for the week, and everyone had their sleeping spots. My brother was in a bedroom at the back of the house, my dad on the living room couch, and my uncle in the den. I, however, was going to sleep in my grandparents' bedroom. For the first 3 days, everything felt fine, though I had this persistent feeling that I was being watched whenever I was in their bedroom. It wasn't menacing or scary, just a presence, as if someone was observing me. It didn't bother me much, so I brushed it off. It was on the 4th day that things took a strange turn. I was sleeping when I felt the bed start to shake violently. The weird part was how I reacted. I didn't really feel alarmed or scared, almost like I was numb to it. I briefly opened my eyes, noted the shaking, and just fell back asleep. The next day, I didn't mention it to anyone because, oddly, it didn't disturb me much. But it definitely left an impression. That night, I fell into an unusually deep sleep and had an incredibly vivid dream. In the dream, I saw a bright green, translucent orb with a long tail trailing behind it. The orb floated through the air, and I watched it like I was watching a movie. It floated from the door of my grandparents' bedroom, down the hallway, and into the room where my brother was sleeping. Once inside, the orb paused, surveying the room slowly and in great detail. It was odd because I had never stepped inside that room before, but in the dream, I could see every object as if I had. Suddenly, in the dream, my grandparents' bedroom door slammed shut. The sound jolted me awake. This time, I jumped out of bed, flung the door open, and practically sprinted down the hallway to check on my brother. He was sound asleep. There was no way he could have slammed the door and run back to bed that quickly. I felt uneasy, but I kept checking. I walked into the living room. My dad was asleep on the couch. I then checked the den, where my uncle was also sound asleep. I noticed the light was still on in the den, so I turned it off. It was around 2 a.m., and though I felt confused and a bit spooked, I eventually went back to bed and fell asleep without much trouble. The next day, something else strange happened. I felt unusually drowsy in the afternoon and decided to take a nap in my grandparents' bedroom. Normally, I'm not one to fall asleep easily in unfamiliar places, but this time I quickly drifted into a deep sleep. When I woke up, I vaguely remembered my uncle knocking on the door and asking me something before leaving, but the memory was foggy. So I asked my uncle if he had come into the room earlier. His answer sent a chill down my spine. He told me that when he had knocked, I leaned up on my elbow, stared at him with my eyes wide open, muttered something incomprehensible, and then immediately collapsed back onto the bed. The thing is, I had no memory of doing that at all. That night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in the room. I was too unsettled. Instead, I went to the computer room to distract myself by surfing the web. The door was cracked open just slightly, and as I sat there, I started noticing what looked like a shadow pacing back and forth in the hallway. Every so often, it seemed like something was peeking in through the crack, watching me. The sense of being observed returned, but this time it was far more intense. I felt afraid, like someone was standing just outside the door, looking in. I quickly shut the door and turned on all the lights in the room, which helped a little, but the fear lingered. I stayed in the computer room until nearly 5 a.m., not wanting to return to my grandparents' room. Overall, it was a strange experience, one that I still haven't fully been able to explain. I've encountered spirits before, but this was different. Something physically shook the bed and slammed the door, which had never happened to me before. I can't help but wonder if my grandparents were trying to get my attention, though I'm still not sure why. This happened one evening in 1998. I had gone into my bedroom, planning to watch a video. As I stood in front of my entertainment center, looking at the shelf where I kept my movies, I zoned out a little. I wasn't focusing on any specific title, just absent-mindedly gazing at the collection when something happened that I had never experienced before. Out of nowhere, my vision shifted. My pupils began to dilate, and it was like a black void opened up in front of me, the edges burning away what I'd normally see. Instead of my usual surroundings, I was suddenly staring right into the face of a young man in his early 20s. He had blonde hair, was Caucasian, and wore a red plaid flannel shirt, almost like a farm boy. At first, I thought he was kneeling on the floor of my bedroom because he seemed shorter than me, but it quickly became clear that wasn't the case. He wasn't in my bedroom at all. He was standing on dirt in some dark place, like a barren field at midnight. Everything around him was pitch black, like an empty lot shrouded in darkness. As I locked eyes with him, his face went through a series of emotions. He looked shocked and then embarrassed, blushing slightly with a goofy grin, almost as if he'd been caught doing something he shouldn't. It seemed like he had been spying on me, and now I had caught him. The strange part was that he didn't look like a ghost at all. He seemed very much alive, and the whole encounter felt like we were seeing each other in real time. The odd thing was that he appeared to be standing right through the floor of my bedroom, not above it. My house is built on a foundation, so there's a good 3 feet of space between the floorboards and the ground outside. If he were standing outside on the dirt where my house is now, his position would match exactly how I saw him, as if he was standing in that space beneath my room. I got angry, thinking he had been watching me this whole time. He seemed to realize this too because he looked embarrassed, as if caught in the act. I shot him a pissed-off look, but before I could say anything or even ask who he was, the void closed up, and my normal vision returned. The whole experience was incredibly strange, unlike anything I've ever encountered. The land where my house stands used to be farmland, so I wonder if I had seen some kind of portal to the past, maybe catching a glimpse of someone who once lived or worked here. He didn't seem like a ghost. He felt real, alive, and definitely aware of me, just as I was aware of him. If by any chance this guy is out there and remembers this moment, I hope he sees this and contacts me. He was between 19 and 24 years old, and our exchange, though brief, felt too real to be dismissed. I was never really religious, so for the longest time, I didn't understand what I was seeing or why. The truth is, I've been seeing shadows ever since I can remember. They always looked human, taller than I was, but they weren't just shadows cast by light. These shadows didn't care about where the sun was shining, they were always there. No one ever really believed me when I told them what I could see, so I kept it to myself. Up until last year, the shadows had generally left me alone. The first time I saw a shadow that wasn't just on a wall was about 2 years ago at my friend Sarah's house. She lives in a fairly new subdivision with an empty block across the street. There used to be an old oak tree in the middle of the block, but the city cut it down when they started building the homes. It was around 10:30 p.m., and Sarah and I were sitting on a hammock in her front yard. Suddenly, I got the distinct feeling that I was being watched. When I looked over at the empty block, my heart nearly stopped. I saw the oak tree. It was there, right where it used to be. And under the tree was a figure. From far away, it looked human, but there was something off about it. Sarah noticed I'd gone quiet and looked where I was staring, but she couldn't see it. Still, she felt uneasy. The figure started moving toward us, growing taller as it came closer. That's when I had enough. I grabbed Sarah's hand, and we ran inside, locking the door behind us. For some reason, something in my mind told me we needed to be near the statue of Mary in her living room. That night, I had nightmares of the figure catching us. The last thing I saw before waking up were its glowing red eyes. Since then, I haven't gone outside Sarah's house at night. A year later, in the middle of my sophomore year, I was dating a guy named Daniel. His family is deeply religious. His father is a pastor in a nearby town, and his older sister is the youth pastor at our church. One night, around 3 a.m., I was texting Daniel when I saw a shadow standing at the edge of my bed. I had a strong urge to tell Daniel what I was seeing, but I ignored it and went to sleep. The next morning, I woke up with scratches across my back. I tried to convince myself that I must have done it in my sleep, but a voice in my head kept reminding me, "You sleep on your back." At school, I finally told Daniel what had happened, and I almost cried when he said he believed me. He explained that what I was seeing were night terrors, also known as demons. When I asked him why the demon had attacked me for the first time, he wasn't sure, but he thought it didn't like me talking to him. The demon didn't want me to ask God for help. Later that day, I spoke with Daniel's dad, and he asked me about my past. I told him about my biological mother, how she didn't take care of me or my brother, and how she was addicted to drugs and gambling, spending my dad's money at casinos instead of paying the bills. Thankfully, they divorced when I was 4, and my dad remarried a wonderful woman who I proudly call Mom. Daniel's dad believed that my biological mother had somehow opened a doorway while she was pregnant with me, letting demons in. They decided to stay with me throughout my life. He told me I could ask God to protect me, but I had to be willing to accept Jesus into my heart and declare him as my master and savior. That night, I decided I would do just that. Daniel's dad drove me home, and I walked into my room, determined to get rid of the demon. But as soon as I stepped in, everything went downhill, fast. Shadows were everywhere. They knew what I was planning, and they weren't going to let me do it. The laughter started, a sound so full of malice and hatred that it made my blood run cold. It was the kind of laughter that comes from something that enjoys watching people suffer. I was terrified, afraid that if one of them touched me, I'd be overwhelmed by fear, reduced to nothing but dust, and that awful laughter would be the last thing I'd ever hear. Panicking, I dropped to my knees and started begging God to make it stop, to get rid of the shadows, and to take my fear and turn it into strength so I could fight them. After what felt like forever, everything went silent. I opened my eyes and saw a solid figure sitting on my bed, but it wasn't like the shadows. It was dark, but it had a kind of glow around it. Inside its silhouette were small, dancing blue lights, the kind you see after rubbing your eyes. As I watched, the figure got up from the bed and came over to me. Instantly, I felt calm. I looked around and noticed that most of the demons were gone. The few that remained were being attacked by the blue lights. As the shadows fled, the lights faded, and the figure returned to sit on my bed. I walked over, stood in front of the figure, and stared at it until it disappeared. It didn't fade away like the lights. It was there one moment, and the next, it was just gone. Since that night, I haven't had any more trouble with demons. I still see them sometimes, but they stay far away and never try to approach me. Daniel says I have strong spirit eyes, something he says he would love to have. But I don't agree. Seeing these things, hearing their laughter, it's terrifying, not exciting. To people who can't see demons, it might seem cool, but they don't know what it's like. I'm grateful for this gift, and I hope I can use it to help others, but at the same time, I fear it. I'm scared of what I might see if I fully devote myself to God. And I'm terrified that one day, the last thing I'll see will be those red eyes, and that horrible laughter. My wife, our 6 children, hers, mine, and ours, and I have been living in our Sacramento area home for 2 years now. The house itself was brand new, part of a new development, so there wasn't any history tied to it. But as we all know, there's always some history attached to the land a house is built on. Less than a year after moving in, my wife and I started noticing strange things. We'd catch glimpses of what looked like someone peeking around the corner of a nearby room, as if spying on us. With 6 kids in the house, we just assumed it was one of them playing a game of I Spy. So I'd call out to them, check the other room, only to find no one there. Then it started happening when the kids weren't even home. My wife and I would both see the same thing, a head peeking around the corner, watching us. But the moment we turned to look, it would disappear into the other room. We saw this happen over and over again. A few months later, things took a strange turn. I began seeing what I can only describe as a black, shadowy figure. It wasn't standing, it was always low to the ground, either crouching or crawling. Every time I'd turn a corner and spot it, it would vanish just as quickly. These figures were always dark, shadowy, and looked like they were moving along the floor. They didn't have the defined human shape like the ones that stood up, but my gut reaction was always the same. It looks like someone is crouching or crawling under a black blanket. Then things got even stranger. One day, I was out running errands with my 10-year-old daughter, and I casually asked her if she'd ever seen anything out of the corner of her eye. That's all I said, no hints, no coaching, no mention of where or what I had been seeing. To my shock, she responded, "Well, I didn't want to tell you or Sarah, her stepmom, but sometimes I'll walk into a room and see a dark figure crawling on the ground." My heart skipped a beat. She was describing exactly what I had seen, without having any knowledge of my experience. As if that wasn't enough, my 9-year-old son also mentioned that he had walked into his brother's room one day and saw what he thought was a blue blanket darting across the floor. Then it vanished. Again, it reminded me of the feeling I had, that these shadowy figures looked like something or someone hiding under a blanket. My wife has also seen the dark shadowy figures in our master closet and other rooms in the house. When my in-laws watched the kids for us while we were on a cruise to Alaska in May, my mother-in-law admitted that she kept seeing a shadowy figure watching her through a plant on the kitchen counter. Every time she turned to look, it disappeared. I've had similar experiences in that area too. While doing the dishes, I've seen something behind the couch in our family room, which is connected to the kitchen. It was so clear that I swore it was my 6-year-old playing around. But when I looked, there was no one there. In hindsight, we realized that our baby, when he was just a few months old, would often look up at the corners of the family room, waving and saying, "Hi!" to things that weren't visible to us. He never seemed scared, and neither did our pets, so we didn't think much of it at the time. We've decided to have a paranormal team come and check things out soon. We're all curious. 3 adults and 2 children have seen these shadowy figures, all under the same roof. It's fascinating, and we want to know what it is, why it's here, and what it wants. Oddly enough, we're not scared, just intrigued. This whole experience has turned me into a bit of a ghost hunting enthusiast. I've been reading ghost-related books, blogs, websites, and watching shows, trying to learn all I can about the paranormal. I can't wait to see what the paranormal team finds when they visit. Maybe they'll help us uncover what's really going on in our home. When I was around 3 years old, in 1951, I lived at my grandparents' house on Eldorado St in Pacoima, Los Angeles. My parents had split up, so I moved in with my grandparents, who had just relocated to Southern California. There were about 8 people living in the house: my grandparents, 3 uncles, my mother, my little brother, my baby sister, and me. At that time, the house was still undergoing renovations, so the bedrooms were off limits. I had to sleep on the living room floor, about 20 feet away from a large, old stone fireplace, big enough for someone to stand in. My mother and younger brother slept in a converted garage apartment, and my uncles shared the second bedroom in there as well. My baby sister slept in my grandparents' master bedroom, so I was left alone in the large, open living room. I didn't mind it much at first. But that's when the strange occurrences started. Every night, after everyone else had gone to sleep, I would be awakened by the sound of a jingling bell. It started faint, coming from far away, but gradually grew louder, as if it were moving closer. The sound seemed to come from the kitchen behind me, where I lay with my feet pointed toward the fireplace. Curious and a little scared, I would roll over to peer into the kitchen. I remember focusing on the old door with a skeleton keyhole that led outside. The jingling sound was coming from that direction. Then, I saw something even more unsettling. Smoke began seeping through the door. It wasn't just smoke, though. It started forming into ghostly shapes, and I watched in terror as they took the form of life-size horses and knights in medieval armor. The figures emerged from the kitchen and made their way into the living room, directly toward me. I was too scared to scream, afraid of waking everyone else in the house. The ghostly knights lined up in front of the fireplace, but there were more than just knights. 4 hooded monks, wearing light beige robes, appeared next. They positioned themselves at the corners of my quilted bedding, and then I saw something even more terrifying, a figure that looked like an executioner, dressed in black and holding an axe, stood at the foot of my makeshift bed. To my horror, the quilt I was lying on became stiff, like a stretcher, and the monks lifted me off the ground. I could feel myself being carried, levitating as they made their way toward the fireplace. The knights and other figures followed, with the executioner leading the way. The mood was somber and heavy with sadness, and I was filled with dread as they carried me deeper into the fireplace. But instead of stopping there, the hearth opened up into a long, dark tunnel made of brick, like a cavern. As they carried me further into the darkness, my fear became unbearable. I finally screamed, and in an instant, everything disappeared. I found myself back in my living room, but by then, my screams had woken everyone else in the house. They were annoyed and frustrated, as this had become a regular occurrence. These hauntings happened night after night, and each time they took me further into that stone tunnel. I was exhausted, both physically and emotionally. My grandparents grew tired of my screams, but my mother must have believed me, or at least sensed something was wrong. She eventually took me to an old woman, a Mexican witch who lived in a barrio in Pacoima. I told her what had been happening, and she told me that I was being visited by something from the past. The old woman performed a ritual, using alcohol, herbs, and holy water. She prayed over me, and though I was still afraid the hauntings would continue, I had grown so fed up that I decided not to scream anymore. The last time it happened, they took me further into the tunnel than ever before. This time, they led me into a tomb. They laid me down on something inside and sealed the tomb shut. I didn't scream. I was too tired, too numb. I eventually fell asleep. When I woke up, I was back in the living room, lying on my quilt as usual. But this time, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace. After that, the visitations stopped. Not long after, my grandparents moved me into one of the bedrooms in the garage apartment. I've never forgotten those haunting nights, but I haven't been visited by those ghostly figures since. On October 13, 2008, I had the first dream of an incubus. In the dream, he was performing sadomasochistic acts on women who seemed to want it, even killing one of them in the process. But after he finished with them, he was surprisingly friendly. He hung around me like a casual friend, and I was shocked by his sudden change in manner. I even mentioned, "You seem nice, though." He shook his head with a wicked grin and corrected me. "Friendly." Despite seeing his dark nature, I somehow found myself trying to be civil. "Even so, for some reason, I still like you," I said. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have said that to an incubus. As the dream continued, I grew more uneasy. He was walking me home at night, and I started to feel afraid, fearing that at any moment, he might try to harm me. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ground where the incubus stood. He leapt back about 10 feet, avoiding the strike. I was surprised, watching him run away to take cover. Then, from the right side, 3 angels descended from the sky. They were armed, beautiful, and intimidating, carrying weapons that seemed to throw lightning. I didn't want to get involved in some angel versus demon battle, so I turned to leave, but one of the angels grabbed me by the arm, stopping me. He looked at me sternly and said, "Come on. Something inside me told me to obey, so I followed him to the group of angels. The one who grabbed me instructed me to climb onto his back or at least hold on to him. I did, and before I knew it, I was transported away from the incubus and found myself in an airport or public place. Then I received a phone call. It was the incubus. He angrily yelled, "Why did you go with them?" I replied, "I didn't think arguing with angels was wise." He sounded possessive, like he thought he had some claim over me. That was the end of that dream. On January 9th, 2009, I had another dream involving the incubus. This time, I was standing on a street near my house around 4 a.m. It was completely empty, no cars, no people. I noticed a billboard advertising a concert I wanted to attend. Excited, I turned to rush home, only to come face to face with the incubus. But this time, he was dressed sharply, almost like he was ready for a date. He looked at me with delight, not saying a word at first. However, I brushed him off and took flight, soaring into the sky. I heard him yell after me, "Wait! Just you wait! I'll find you!" He was furious that I had rejected him. I didn't want him following me, so I flew through the treetops, trying to lose him. Just then, something hit the palm of my left hand, sticking to it like the adhesive on a Post-it note. I tried shaking it off while flying but couldn't. As I neared my home, I managed to scrape it off and landed on my porch. But when I woke up, the sensation of something being stuck to my hand remained. It was 2 a.m., and I was terrified. I prayed to Michael the Archangel, asking for protection from the incubus, who had threatened to find me. I spent much of that night praying. On February 6, 2009, around 1 or 2 p.m., I was at home, relaxing in my bedroom, listening to music by the window. The curtains were tied back to let in the light, and I could see the pine trees in my backyard. As I was enjoying the music, I glanced out the window, and there he was. The incubus was standing by the trees, about 12 to 15 feet away. I only saw him for a split second before he darted behind the curtain. This time, it wasn't a dream. He was there, in my backyard, in broad daylight. I was alarmed but not panicking, so I let it pass and wrote it down. The next day, on February 7th, around 5 p.m., I felt drowsy and decided to take a nap before dinner. I didn't have any nightmares, but when I opened my eyes, I was horrified. A shadowy figure was leaning over me, directly on top of my chest, staring into my face. It was dark, but I could see him clearly. This wasn't sleep paralysis. I jumped in fear, my heart racing. The figure was well defined, with a torso, shoulders, and head, but I couldn't see his eyes or lower body. It was like he was standing through me and the bed. As I stared, he suddenly dissolved out of sight. Trying to stay calm, I leaned back against my pillow, took a deep breath, and slightly cocky I asked, "So you found me. What do you want?" There was no response. I checked the clock, 9:25 p.m. I turned on my side and began to pray, but I saw a flash of his eyes in my mind, greenish hazel, staring into mine with a fierce, possessive look. I prayed, asking God for protection, and when I got up to make dinner, my stomach was aching as if I'd done sit-ups. I told my mom what had happened. For days after, I kept wondering what the incubus wanted. He didn't hurt me, but he certainly made his presence known. Everywhere I turned, I kept seeing the words, "I found you." In books, online, everywhere. I've never played with Ouija boards or tarot cards, they scare me too much. But after these encounters, I've been left wondering what this incubus wants, and why he keeps coming back. In 1989, right before graduation and during spring break, some of my older brother's high school friends were involved in a tragic motorcycle accident. One of them, a guy named Ron, was killed when a truck suddenly pulled out and collided with his motorcycle, throwing him off his bike. He died shortly after the police arrived. I remember Ron well. He was a tall, handsome varsity football player at the high school I was about to enter for my freshman year. He was the kind of guy everyone noticed. Ron would come over to our house to hang out with my brother, and I'd sometimes talk to him briefly at the door. He was about 6 feet 2 inches, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He always dressed sharp, especially in his motorcycle gear, and he had a beautiful bike. He took pride in his appearance. In school, he was well known for always wearing his favorite white 49ers cap. He loved that hat, and it became one of his signature looks. At his funeral, which my brother attended, Ron's parents gave away some of his personal items to his closest friends. They gave my brother Ron's favorite Metallica album, a picture of him from his junior year, and that cherished white 49ers cap. About a week after the funeral, my brothers were hanging out in their bedroom one evening, watching TV like they usually did. I was alone in the kitchen, watching TV on my mom's small set that sat on the kitchen table. From where I was sitting, I had a clear view of the living room and the hallway that led to the bedrooms. The living room was dark, and my mom was napping in her bedroom while my dad was at work. I was enjoying the peaceful night, watching something funny on TV. Suddenly, I heard my brother's bedroom door open and close. I assumed it was one of my brothers, as I could hear footsteps walking from the hallway into the living room. From my angle, I saw a tall figure heading toward the kitchen. I thought it was my second oldest brother, Chris, who stands about 5 feet 11 inches. The figure was moving at a normal pace, and I assumed he was coming to grab something from the kitchen. Still laughing from what I'd just seen on TV, I turned and said, "Chris, check this out." But as I focused on who I thought was my brother, I was taken aback. Instead of Chris, I was looking at a tall, 3D shadow figure. It was completely black, with no distinguishable features, no face, no details, but what stood out was a white ball cap on top of its head. The hat looked exactly like Ron's beloved white 49ers cap, the one my brother had received from his parents at the funeral. The figure stood about 9 feet away from me, and it was much taller than my brother, standing around 6 feet 2 inches. I asked again, a little more cautiously, "Chris?" But as I stared at the figure, it dawned on me, this wasn't Chris. I calmly said, "Ron?" The shadow figure didn't respond or acknowledge me in any way. It simply turned and walked to the left, straight through the curtains and out of the patio's sliding glass doors, which were closed and locked. The portion of the sliding door it walked through doesn't even open, but the figure disappeared through it effortlessly. I wasn't scared, strangely enough, because I knew it was Ron. I could feel his presence and his sadness. I believed he had come back for his hat. Later, I told my brother what had happened, and he said he thought Ron had visited him earlier that day as well. He didn't share much detail, but he felt Ron's presence. Interestingly, although Ron seemed to have come back for his hat, the actual hat, the white 49ers cap, is still with my brother to this day. I've never seen Ron again, but I still believe he visited to say goodbye and take back something important to him, even if it wasn't the physical hat. It was a sad yet peaceful moment, one I'll never forget. When I lived in Los Angeles, I had a friend who was deeply into the Gothic scene. She was always dressed in black from head to toe, with a unique sense of style that made her stand out. But beyond her appearance, there was something unusual about her, something I don't even think she was aware of. She was one of the first friends I made when I moved to LA, and she was a kind, witty person, filled with dreams and aspirations. She was always reading fashion magazines and had big plans for her future. But there was also something darker about her, a negative vibe that had nothing to do with her Gothic look. It was as if she carried a dark cloud with her everywhere she went, like a shadow she couldn't shake. I started to notice something strange whenever she came over to visit me. After she left, small lights would appear in my apartment, especially in the kitchen. It happened one night after we'd said our goodbyes. I went into the kitchen to grab a snack, and that's when I saw it, tiny, floating lights around the cupboards and sink area. It looked like someone was shining a flashlight and moving it wildly around the room. But here's the thing. I was alone that night, and there was nothing in the kitchen that could explain the lights. At first, I didn't think much of it because it didn't scare me. But it kept happening, and I started paying more attention. I noticed that the lights only appeared after my Gothic friend had visited. Whenever I had other guests over, the lights never showed up, only after her visits. That's when I began to connect the dots. The lights didn't just appear in the kitchen, I started seeing them in the living room too. They were small, round, white orbs, about 10 to 12 of them at once, floating around and bouncing off the walls and furniture. I would stand in one spot, just staring at them, trying to figure out what was causing them. I looked all around my apartment, searching for anything shiny or reflective that could be responsible, but there was nothing. No mirrors, no light sources, nothing that could explain the bouncing orbs. I've moved several times since then, and in every place I've lived, I've never seen those lights again. I've been told that these kinds of lights, often called orbs, are sometimes associated with spirits or ghosts. But if that's true, why were there always 10 or 12 lights at once? It made me wonder if my friend had something to do with the strange occurrences. Once I moved and she stopped visiting, the lights disappeared completely. Even now, living in a house with its own ghostly activity, I haven't seen anything like those bouncing orbs again. It's hard to shake the feeling that somehow, my friend brought that strangeness with her, like the dark cloud that always seemed to follow her wherever she went. On January 13, 2009, just before 8 a.m., I had one of the most intense and unexpected angelic experiences of my life. Most of my encounters with the divine happen in dreams, but this one blurred the lines between dream and reality in a way that left me shaken and confused. What unfolded was a battle I couldn't have prepared for, and it still lingers in my mind. In the dream, I found myself facing a massive male demon. He was at least 7 or 8 feet tall, built like a giant, not ripped like a bodybuilder, but solid and powerful. His head was completely bald, and he had no shirt on, almost like he was boasting about his size. He approached me menacingly, but I didn't run. I felt there was nowhere to go, even though I was scared. I backed up, trying to avoid his grasp, and threw punches and kicks whenever I could, but nothing slowed him down. He carried a strange throwing weapon, black, about 2 inches thick and 5 inches in diameter. The edges were lined with jagged metal blades, and the interior reminded me of a Chinese throwing star. He threw it at me, and it sliced my upper arm like a razor before circling back to him. At the same time, I noticed he wasn't alone. A smaller, mean-looking woman with red hair, wearing a Russian officer's uniform, joined him. I thought she might be his wife or girlfriend, and she seemed ready to attack me too. As she lunged at me from his left, I managed to form a ball of energy in my hand and throw it at her, knocking her back. I yelled, "Butt out!" She didn't give up and came at me again from his right side. I was fed up, so I shouted, "God rebuke you!" For some reason, I felt that I needed to call on God rather than curse her. After I said that, something yanked her back violently, and she disappeared. The demon threw his weapon again, and it sliced across both my legs, cutting through my pants and drawing blood. He laughed cruelly and said, "I'm going to slice you up." I looked down at my legs, saw the blood soaking through, but I didn't care. As long as I could stand, I could still fight. When he threw the weapon again, I decided to try something different. I watched it carefully and, timing it just right, I leaped up and caught it. The blades cut into my hand, but I held on tightly. Rushing toward him, I slashed a large X across his chest. He looked at me as if it didn't matter, but something inside me told me to cut across. Instead, I followed up with a horizontal slash across his biceps and a vertical one down his abdomen, carving a deep cross into his chest. I backed up, watching his reaction. He looked stunned, his eyes widening as he gasped, "Oh!" Then he started laughing, a low, rumbling chuckle that grew louder. He looked at me with a strange smile and said, "God, you're beautiful!" Before I could process what was happening, he charged at me like a linebacker. I was too small and too slow to get out of the way. He grabbed me, pressing me tightly against his chest, and I feared he would crush me. His weapon was knocked out of my hand, and I was defenseless. His massive shoulders pinned me, and I couldn't move. In that moment, I gave up resisting, surrendering to whatever would happen next. I rested my head on his right shoulder, closing my eyes and feeling sorry for having cut him. I was sure his blood was all over me. But instead of crushing me, he whispered in a deep, rumbly voice, "I wish I could have had children with you." His words left me stunned. After a moment, he let me pull back slightly but held me like a child, his hands on my back, not letting me go. I looked down at my wrist, where the cuts from his weapon were now wrapped in butcher paper, decorated with red and green ink like something from a butcher shop. I even said, "I look like a turkey." He looked at my wrist too, then back into my eyes, and his demeanor had changed. He no longer seemed like a threat. Could the cross I cut into him have caused this shift? I woke up soon after, but the experience wasn't over. I saw a bright orb circling above my bed. It flew around for about half an hour, and in my mind I asked, "Who was the demon I fought in my dream?" I heard a voice answer, "Barakiel." I even had a flash of the spelling in my mind. Curious, I looked up the name in my angelic dictionary, which includes listings of fallen angels. I discovered that Barakiel, also spelled Barakiel, or Verahil, was once an archangel. He's mentioned in the Book of Enoch as one of the fallen angels who united with the daughters of men, an event briefly touched on in Genesis 6. He is now considered a demon, a teacher of astrology, and a leader of fallen angels. In his time as a good angel, he was known as one of the 7 archangels and one of the 4 ruling seraphim. Still shaken, I got dressed in a beautiful white satin and chiffon peignoir and negligée. I was upset, feeling like if I was going to be served up to demons, I might as well look good. I went outside to pray and thank God for allowing me to survive the battle and for diffusing the situation in the end. When I came back inside, my mother, who was in the kitchen, commented that she smelled the strong scent of gardenias on me. But we didn't have any gardenias in or around the house, and I hadn't used any gardenia-scented lotion or perfume. Later, as I researched more about Barakiel, I found out that in the Eastern Orthodox Church, he is sometimes depicted holding a white rose. I now wonder if the white rose could actually be a gardenia, pure white and similar in shape. I also realized that the eyes of the demon I fought in my dream were strikingly similar to the eyes of Barakiel, as he is depicted in a Russian cathedral painting. Is he truly a demon? Angels taking mortal women and bearing children are considered an abomination in heaven, but I couldn't help feeling a strange sense of compassion and even flattery. His words should frighten me, but I'm still not sure how to feel about the whole experience. I spent a good part of my teenage years living in a house in California with my dad and 2 younger brothers. The atmosphere in the house was often tense, and things started to get strange after my dad invited one of his girlfriends to move in with us. She was a kind woman, and she'd tell me stories about her own experiences with ghosts and the paranormal, but I never expected anything out of the ordinary to happen to us. It started with small black blobs that seemed to scoot around the house. We'd mostly catch glimpses of them out of the corner of our eyes. Sometimes they'd be on the floor, moving quickly across the room or hopping out of sight from a doorway. Other times, we'd see them gliding down from the ceiling or moving along the walls. When they were on the walls, they appeared to have wings, just 2 triangular wings emerging from the shadowy form, almost like a distortion in the air. The only time I saw one directly was late one night. I was up watching infomercials and working on homework when one of the blobs flew across the top of the TV screen. It moved slowly, appearing in the center and drifting off to the left. I thought it might be the TV, so I switched channels, but the blob remained, eventually disappearing off the left edge of the screen. They never seemed to interact with anyone, they just went about their business. I'm pretty sure my cat saw them too, because he would sometimes chase after things we couldn't see. Then came the footsteps. Loud, angry footsteps that echoed down the hallway. They always started at the front door and ended in the corner of the house near my dad's room and the bathroom. What made it unsettling was that these footsteps usually only happened when one person was home or awake at the time. Whenever I had a friend over and we slept in the living room, the footsteps seemed to stop. Over time, the footsteps escalated. We began hearing the front door open and close, sometimes even slammed shut, yet when we checked, the door would always be locked and closed. We'd also hear kitchen cupboards slamming and dishes breaking, but when we rushed to the kitchen, nothing was out of place, and no dishes were broken. Things took a more disturbing turn when we started hearing footsteps on the roof. They always sounded like they were directly above wherever we were sleeping, but the strange thing was, everyone who heard them experienced the footsteps going in different directions. Sometimes we'd hear them at the same time, but in opposite parts of the house. My dad often heard footsteps on the roof above his bedroom, followed by a loud thud on the deck outside his window, but no one was ever there when he checked. The footsteps usually occurred between 1 and 2 a.m., regardless of who was awake. At first, we suspected it might be my ex, who had been stalking me for a while. We even found muddy footprints in the grass outside my bedroom window and one on the roof. The shoe size matched mine, which was the same as my ex's, and the heavy footsteps seemed to fit his weight. However, the noises we were hearing were different. They weren't just loud, they were heavy enough to cause the ceiling to creak under the weight of whatever was walking above us. We had an attic, and the only way in was through my dad's bedroom closet. My brothers went up on the roof to investigate. My older brother, who weighed over 200 pounds, tried jumping up and down, but even then, the sound of his footsteps was much quieter than what we'd been hearing. The attic seemed to muffle the noise. My cat, however, always seemed disturbed by the footsteps on the roof. He would stop whatever he was doing and stare up at the ceiling, ears flattened, long before any of us heard the first sound. Then, as the footsteps started, he would follow the noise with his eyes, tracking it across the ceiling. I learned to anticipate the footsteps by watching my cat. Whenever he froze and stared at the ceiling, I knew something was about to happen. When I was around 7 or 8, I began to feel things behind me, though I didn't pay much attention to it at first. My family and I lived in a pink house on Gaviota Street, and life felt normal. I didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, until one night when everything changed. I wanted to use the restroom, but something strange happened. I blanked out and woke up the next morning in my bed, with no memory of how I got there. At first, I thought my dad had carried me back to bed, or maybe I had dreamed the whole thing. But then I noticed scratches on my body, and that's when fear crept in. From that moment on, I became paranoid, jumpy at every sound or movement around me. I wanted to tell my parents, but I figured they wouldn't believe me, so I kept it to myself. By the time I was 10, things started to get worse. I began hearing voices and seeing things that no one else, not even my parents, could see. It became a nightly ordeal, strange feelings, sounds, and unsettling visions. It finally got so bad that I had to tell my dad. At first, he thought I was making it up, but I never really joked with him, so he eventually realized I was serious. That night, I slept with my parents, hoping I could finally get some rest. But as soon as my dad turned off the lights, I saw it, a figure standing next to me. I screamed as loud as I could, but no sound seemed to reach my dad. I was panicking, trying to move, but I was frozen in place. The figure just stared at me, and then, just as suddenly, it vanished. I screamed again, and this time, my dad rushed over to see what was wrong. As he stood by me, the figure reappeared, and this time, he saw it too. He quickly turned on the lights, and the figure disappeared. My dad thought I needed spiritual help, so he took me to church. I sat there as he and the pastor prayed over me. I felt hopeful, thinking everything would be okay now. But that night, things got even worse. I was scratched on my feet and pulled under the bed. My sister, who was sleeping next to me, felt it too. I was in shock, completely blanking out for what felt like hours. My dad eventually decided that we needed to move, hoping that a change of environment would bring me peace. We moved into a small apartment with 2 rooms, and for a while, I felt relieved to be away from the house on Gaviota Street. But just 2 nights after we settled in, I started hearing voices in the kitchen and seeing figures in the dark again. This time, I was too scared to even scream. The hauntings continued for 3 long years before they suddenly stopped. When I entered high school, I thought that part of my life was finally behind me. But then I started having strange dreams. Dreams that didn't make sense, and sometimes they were about me dying. I asked my dad about it, hoping for some explanation. He told me that when people dream of dying, it actually means they'll live a long life. I believed him, but even now, at 16, I still see things I shouldn't, things I can't explain. There are times when I hear voices while I'm at school or walking by myself, and I admit, it scares me. But I know I'm not crazy. My dad thinks I might have done something when I was little, something involving worshipping the dead, but I never did anything like that. I often wonder if the figure I saw all those years ago was trying to tell me something or if it was just trying to frighten me. I still see it in my dreams, and although some people might not believe me, both my dad and I know what happened that day. I've always believed there's more to the world than what we can see. For many years, my mother's house has had spirits living within it. They've made their presence known through harmless footsteps or occasionally knocking over a stereo. Despite the activity, we've managed to live in peace with whoever remains there. One day, my close friend Elijah called me, saying he was interested in conducting a seance. He knew about my experiences with spirits and asked me to join. I was hesitant but eventually agreed. Initially, Elijah wanted to use a board, but I refused immediately. I'd heard too many horror stories of contacting the wrong kind of spirits through a Ouija board. Thankfully, the board went missing, so we decided to hold a seance instead. None of us had ever done a seance before, but we were given guidelines by a family friend of Elijah's who was a medium. It felt safer to have some structure. We covered the mirrors, opened the windows, and lit candles. Since I was the only one comfortable with the idea, I took on the role of medium. Our circle included me, Elijah, his girlfriend Jocelyn, my stepbrother Greg, and our friend Matt. Observing from outside the circle were our friends Graham and Dak. I made it clear that we wouldn't open the circle to just any spirit, we needed to focus. Elijah wanted to contact his grandfather first, but nothing significant happened. It was our second attempt that left a lasting impression. Elijah had been experiencing strange things in his house, especially footsteps on the roof that seemed to follow him around. Using that description, we managed to call a spirit into our circle. We asked the spirit to communicate with us by knocking, 1 knock for yes, and 2 for no. When I asked if the spirit understood, we heard a clear knock. The speed of the response was unsettling. There was no doubt it was a direct answer. Graham and Dak, who were observing from outside, confirmed that they heard the knocks too. We began asking more questions. Was the spirit related to Elijah? 2 knocks. Did the spirit used to live in the house? 1 knock. We were getting somewhere, but then something changed. Elijah started breathing heavily. I asked if he was okay, and he told me 2 things. The air behind him had grown freezing, and he felt a heavy weight pressing on his back. I asked if he wanted to continue. Of course, he did. Now, I focused on understanding why the spirit was still in the house. As we pieced together answers, we realized the spirit was male, had lived there, and had died from an illness. Then Elijah recalled something his mother had mentioned years ago. The previous owner of the house was a woman named Barbara. She had lived there with her husband and son, who had been very ill with pneumonia. After her son passed, Barbara and her husband moved away, likely to escape the pain. I decided to ask the question that changed everything. "Do you intend on leaving?" "Knock, knock," Elijah muttered. "Oh God," while Jocelyn, holding his hand, asked if he was okay. He said the cold was becoming unbearable, and the weight on his back heavier. He was on the verge of losing consciousness, and if Jocelyn and Greg hadn't held his hands, he claims he would have fallen backward, breaking the circle. I suggested ending the seance, but Elijah urged me to try and put the spirit to rest. Elijah proposed I tell the spirit that Barbara had moved to Palm Springs, hoping it might help. I gave it a shot. What happened next was the most chilling experience I've ever had. I asked, "Would you like to hear about your mother Barbara?" Knock. It wasn't a gentle knock this time. It was as if someone had slammed their fist against the window. Everyone opened their eyes, staring at the window in shock. No one was there. Graham and Dak, still on the bed, were wide-eyed. Then I felt it, the cold, the pressure. It moved from Elijah, past Jocelyn, and landed on me. Fear shot through me. I was truly afraid. But I pressed on. I told the spirit where Barbara and her husband had moved. I asked if he wanted to find them. Knock, knock. The spirit seemed content. Just knowing where his mother was brought him peace. At that point, we were all too exhausted to continue. We closed the séance and sat in silence, regaining our composure. Since then, I haven't conducted another séance. I've stayed away, too afraid of what could go wrong. Elijah still hears footsteps in his house, but they no longer follow him. I've wondered about that, but it's something I've chosen not to explore further. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Where do I even begin? It all started when I was about 6 years old. I've always experienced strange things. Whether they were ghosts or demons, I'm still not sure. These things just happened to me without me doing anything. One of the earliest memories I have is after my aunt passed away. About 2 weeks after she died, I began hearing footsteps in our hallway. This was strange because my aunt used to walk up and down that same hallway all the time with her walker. Even after she was gone, I kept hearing it, her footsteps. One night, my sister and I were in our room. We always left the door slightly open so we wouldn't make too much noise if we got up during the night. It was around 2 a.m. when we saw it, a black figure moving down the hallway, passing by our door. It quickly fled in the other direction, and just after it disappeared, a white beam of light followed. I didn't know if it was some kind of battle between good and evil, but it creeped us both out. A lot of unexplainable things happened in that house. One night, my mom woke up because my dad was screaming in his sleep. When she looked over, she saw something black on top of him, and my dad was actually fighting it off in his sleep. Later, my mom found out that when my dad was in jail, he had given his soul to the devil for protection because he didn't want to die. That seemed to explain why most of the weird things only happened when my dad was around. There was one time when I was sitting in the living room with my dad, watching TV. It was raining outside, and I had this sudden urge to look out the window. When I did, I saw a man who looked exactly like my dad, but with the darkest eyes I'd ever seen. He had this creepy smile and was just standing there, staring out into the street. I think he felt me watching him because he turned and looked directly at me, tilting his head like he was trying to recognize me. I quickly turned to tell my dad, but when I looked back, that dark, mysterious figure was gone. For a while, the strange occurrences stopped. But when I was 11, it all started again after we moved into a new house. From the moment we moved in, I had a weird feeling about the place. I could never sleep, always waking up at exactly 3:10 a.m., hearing strange noises in the hallway. Whenever I opened the door, there was nothing there. I'd walk around the house, but I constantly felt like something was following me, lurking in the darkness behind me. I'd rush back to my room and close the door. For 2 years, this happened almost every night. I would hear voices, and the posters on my walls would change into terrifying faces. My closet door would open by itself, and I felt an intense, dark presence in my room. It got so bad that one night, I almost stabbed my sister. The scariest part? It was like I was watching myself from outside my body. I had no control, and I could see myself about to hurt her. I'm not even joking. It was like I wasn't even in control of my actions. Panicked, I ran out of the house. The moment I got outside, I felt free, like nothing could control me anymore. But as soon as I stepped back inside, everything would start again. I spent hours in my room, lying on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling as if I wasn't really there. I have gaps in my memory from that time, like I wasn't fully present. At night, I could feel something crawling on my bed, lying down beside me, but when I looked, no one was there. The craziest thing happened when we moved out of that house. My mom was cleaning out my closet and found a hidden Ouija board and tarot cards stuffed inside the heater. Maybe that explains why these things were happening to me. Maybe that's why I've always felt like something was following me. I still don't have all the answers. Even now, I sometimes feel like there's something still with me. I often sense people staring at me while I sleep, or I'll hear random knocks on my window even when no one's there. I get chills out of nowhere, like something's touching me. I also have bizarre dreams about people I've never met, and sometimes those dreams end up coming true. I don't know what's going on, but I wish I could understand it. I've debated for a long time whether or not to share what I saw on my nephew's forehead when he was born. Without giving away too much personal information, I'll keep his identity private. My nephew was born on June 6, 1998, and I went to the hospital with my mother to meet my oldest brother's first child. When we arrived, my mother picked up the baby while I leaned in to see his sleepy little face. Then, something happened that spooked both of us. My nephew opened his eyes, and for a split second, he had piercing crystal blue, cat-like eyes. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen. After that brief moment, he closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. What I saw next was even stranger. There were changes in the pigment of my nephew's skin, forming an intricate and miniaturized figure on his forehead. Between his eyes, stretching up along the bridge of his nose and onto his forehead, was the image of a being bathed in golden light. The being had its hands clasped in prayer, and its face tilted upward, as if looking toward the light. This being looked like an angel, but its eyes were shadowy voids, dark and empty. Its features had a slight cat-like quality, with a short nose and long chestnut-tinted hair flowing down. The figure had large, outstretched wings, which extended from both sides of my nephew's forehead. The angel wore a classic white robe with a thick waistband that looked like a Japanese obi. Its wings were spread wide, almost like a butterfly's, with two above and two stretching below its arms. The angelic figure looked majestic, standing in a posture of praise, almost resembling the shape of a cross. I pointed this out to my mother, and at first, she agreed, she could see the figure too. But her tone changed quickly, and she denied ever seeing it. She warned me not to speak of this to anyone, fearing it might endanger him somehow. Even in his first baby photo, I could still make out the angelic figure, though it wasn't as clear as seeing it in person. It felt like I was peering into another dimension, yet it was right there on his skin. I had agreed to be my nephew's nanny since I wasn't working at the time, and for the first 2 months, I took care of him every day. During that time, the angelic figure remained on his forehead. His eyes, which had initially been the strange cat-like blue, were now brown, and I never saw the blue eyes again. I had a feeling that whatever this being was, it had wanted to reveal itself to me and my mother that one time in the hospital. The more I examined the angel on his forehead, the more uneasy I became. The angel was holding something disturbing in the bend of its right arm, a triton, or what some might call a pitchfork. We usually associate a triton with the devil, but why would an angel be carrying one? Was this angel a destroying force? And there was something else. Hanging from the angel's clasped hands was what appeared to be an amulet, or a timepiece. It wasn't clear enough to see its face, but it unsettled me all the same. Strangely, the angel's face looked familiar, almost like mine. The hairstyle, the facial structure, everything, except for the missing eyes and pug nose, reminded me of myself. After the angelic figure eventually faded, I couldn't stop wondering what it all meant. I sought advice from a spiritualist, who told me that the angel I saw might be my nephew's other self. Nothing out of the ordinary ever happened with my nephew as he grew up, though he did seem fascinated by my long hair, staring at me whenever I let it down. I couldn't help but wonder if he recognized something in me that was connected to the angel. For many years, I served as his guardian and felt deeply protective of him, sometimes more than his own parents. There was nothing extraordinary about him. He got sick like any other child, didn't show any special abilities, and didn't seem particularly religious, even though he attended a Seventh-day Adventist private school. He was baptized as a Christian Baptist by his mother and circumcised according to her beliefs. Now, as I watch him grow, I can only wait to see what kind of man he becomes. He's always been a well-behaved boy, and I can only hope that the angel I saw is a good one, an angel truly devoted to God. I never really believed in ghosts. I used to think they were fake, especially since I had never experienced anything paranormal myself. But that all changed in 2007, during the fall when I was a preteen, just around my birthday in October. My family had just moved into our dream house. It was perfect. The neighborhood was quiet, and we had no obnoxious neighbors. We lived near downtown in a city with a rich history, especially involving Native Americans and a war to defend their land. There's even a statue downtown of Chief Solano, the Native American who claimed the city. The streets nearby were where the war took place, and it was a bloody one. At first, everything was normal. It took us about 2 weeks to unpack, and it felt like home almost immediately. But that comfortable feeling didn't last long. One day, as I was walking home from school, I noticed 2 small children, around 3 years old, visiting our next-door neighbors. As I got closer to my house, I saw the 2 kids grab each other's hands and suddenly walk toward my house. I started walking faster to see what they were doing. Before I could say anything, they looked like they'd seen a ghost. They pointed at my living room window and said, "Monster! There's a monster in there." Chills ran through me. At first, I brushed it off as something little kids might say to scare someone, but things became eerily real when Halloween approached. My dad told me about something he had experienced one night. He said he had woken up around 1 a.m. because the blankets had slipped off him and my mom, and he felt cold. His bedroom faces my brother's room, and mine is right next to theirs, though I always kept my door shut at night. As he was pulling up the blankets, he felt the urge to look toward my brother's room. There, in the doorway, he saw a dark shadow of a little boy. My brothers were 5 and 4 at the time, so at first, he thought it was one of them. But when he looked closer, he saw the boy had long flowing hair and was wearing something that resembled traditional Native American clothing. The boy suddenly ran through the hallway toward the living room and vanished. My dad stayed awake the rest of the night, and told us everything the next morning. I was spooked, but since it hadn't happened to me, I wasn't too scared, until the spirits started targeting me. On Halloween night, after a long, fun day, I went to bed feeling sleepy. As soon as I closed my eyes, I heard footsteps approaching my bed from the doorway. I had hard carpet in my room, so you could hear the sound of footsteps pressing into it. When I opened my eyes, I heard the footsteps quickly scurry back out into the hallway. I was frightened, but I had my cell phone with me, so I took a picture of the doorway in negative effect. When the picture saved, I saw the figure of a little boy standing by my door. I stayed awake the entire night. I didn't show the picture to anyone because I was afraid people would think I was crazy for trying to capture ghosts. I eventually deleted it because it felt too strange to keep it on my phone. For a few weeks, the activity stopped, but then it started again. One night, as I was walking to the kitchen for a glass of water, I didn't bother turning on the lights. On my way back to the hallway near the living room, I saw them, a tall Native American man with a serious expression, and next to him was the little Native American boy, the same one my dad and I had both seen. I stood there, staring at them, knowing it wasn't a joke. I finally yelled, "Hey!" But the moment I blinked, they were gone. Oddly enough, I wasn't scared anymore. They gave me a sense of peace. I told my family what had happened, and they were shocked. We prayed over the house, but I continued to see them now and then, mostly in the kitchen or the living room. They were always together. The last time I saw them, I greeted them with a simple, "Hi," and they waved at me before disappearing. I was excited. I had just talked to 2 spirits. Curious, I used the voice memo on my phone to record an EVP session. I asked if anyone was with me, and when I played it back, I heard a deep male voice say, "My family," followed by the sound of a little boy weeping. Hearing that brought tears to my eyes. I did another session, and the results were similar. My family. The war. Gone. Followed by the same weeping. I realized the man had likely lost his family in the war, and the little boy was his son. Knowing this made me feel connected to them in a way I hadn't before. I decided to do one last thing. I sat down in my room with some candles and prayed, telling the Native American spirits to find peace and pass on to God. As I prayed, the entire house felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. I never told my parents exactly what I had done, but they noticed the house felt different too. A year later we moved out. While cleaning out the small shed connected to the house, my mom found an old photo of a Native American man with long black hair, a serious face, and a family, a wife, a daughter, and a little boy. She showed it to me, and I was speechless. Without explaining, I told her, "That's them." She asked how I knew, so I told her everything. At first, she was upset because we are Christians, but when I told her I had prayed for them to pass on, she was relieved. This experience changed the way I see spirits. I still encounter paranormal activity from time to time, but none will ever compare to the connection I had with the little Indian boy and his father. I'm just glad they found peace. I've had encounters with ghosts or demons my entire life. It used to terrify me. I'd cry, scream, and yell every time something happened. But as I got older, I convinced myself it was just sleep paralysis after doing a research paper on the topic for a class at City College. These experiences still happen pretty frequently, and while I've learned to shrug them off or even laugh about them, they still frighten me at times. Most of the time, though, I just try to brush it off after it's over. But for some reason, today's experience made me think more deeply, even though it wasn't particularly unusual. To be honest, earlier today I was in bed watching TV and smoking a little marijuana. Before anyone makes assumptions, these incidents started long before I ever touched any kind of drug, and most of them happen when I'm completely sober. I actually started smoking as an adult because I was struggling with insomnia and anxiety, partly triggered by these encounters. As I was dozing off while watching TV, I entered that familiar state. My mind was awake, but my body was paralyzed. I could see my TV, and I noticed my dog lying next to my bed. Then I saw two ghostly or demonic figures, whatever they were, come to my left. They took turns touching and molesting me. At this point in my life, I'm so used to these experiences that I just let it happen. Sometimes I even enjoy it and end up having an orgasm. These two figures seemed more human-like than other entities I've encountered. But then a third figure appeared, coming from my right. This one was different, a larger, darker, more sinister presence. It felt more evil and powerful. It floated over me and began pressing down on my body, having sex with me. At first, I kind of enjoyed it, but then fear took over. I tried to fight it off, but I was still paralyzed. I could see my spirit arms trying to push the entity away, which scared me even more. Every time I see parts of my spirit leaving my physical body, I panic, worried I won't be able to return. As I struggled, I noticed my dog was freaking out too. Suddenly, out of sheer fear, I screamed, "In the name of Jesus Christ, get the F*** off me!" I'm not religious, but I was raised Christian, so I guess it was a natural reaction. The moment I said it, all the entities vanished. I was still paralyzed for a few moments, but eventually managed to get up. Like usual, I shrugged it off and went back to watching TV. But then something strange happened. A few minutes later, I started feeling nauseous. At first, I thought it was from something I ate earlier in the day. But then I got a sharp, stabbing pain in my right ovary. It was so intense that I started sweating and shaking, and I had trouble breathing. The pain was unbearable. I curled up in a ball for about an hour. Every time I tried to move or straighten out, the pain got worse. I even considered going to the ER, but being stubborn, I decided to tough it out. Eventually, the pain subsided. It turned out to be that time of the month, but this pain was unlike anything I'd experienced before. It wasn't the usual dull cramps. It felt like someone was stabbing me with needles. I've had similar sharp pains over the past 5 years, whether I'm on my period or not. I've had pap smears and ultrasounds, and everything seems fine, so I usually just shrug it off. Now, as I'm sitting here at 2 a.m., I'm thinking back on all of my experiences. The sexual encounters with these entities only started in the past 5 years, around the same time my ovarian pain began. I'm wondering if it's just a coincidence, or if there's a connection between these encounters and the physical pain I've been experiencing. It could be nothing, but now that I think about it, there was another time I had ovarian pain after an encounter with one of these entities. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it. Honestly, I'm more concerned about my health than the ghosts or demons that keep molesting me. But I can't help wondering if my body is trying to tell me something, or if these entities are somehow affecting me physically. It's probably just a coincidence, right? Back in the 1980s, something unsettling happened one night while I wasn't home. My uncle was home alone when the phone rang. He heard someone run out of my room and pick up the phone. Moments later, I came home to find all the closets, cabinets, and doors wide open, and my uncle's face filled with fear. He told me what had happened, explaining that he had opened everything up to check if anyone was hiding in the house, but no one was there. The phone was still lying off the hook on the floor. When I put the phone back on the receiver, the person who had called rang back, saying someone had answered earlier but didn't say anything. As I grew up, strange things continued to happen in that house, always centered around my room. I'd hear scratching sounds from the closet or pounding from the attic above my bed. When I got married and moved out, I thought I'd left all that behind, but whatever was in that house seemed to follow me. In my new home, I started hearing footsteps running down the hallway, stopping right by my bed. Twice, I was pulled off my bed and felt something squeezing my neck as if it was trying to strangle me or stop me from screaming. One late night, while watching a movie alone, I distinctly heard something get up from the leather recliner, the sound of air returning to the cushion, and then footsteps heading down the hallway toward my room. My husband thinks I was dreaming, but I know I was awake, and I'm not the only one experiencing this. My eldest son, now a college student, has had similar experiences. He spends a lot of time at home alone during the day, and he has told me about hearing footsteps running down the hallway and hearing doors slam as if someone is entering different rooms. He keeps his bedroom door closed because he finds it unsettling. Once, while he was in his room, the door opened on its own, then slammed shut again. At night, his loft bed sometimes shakes, and the pictures on his walls sway. When my son was in junior high, he had some friends over to play video games. They heard something fall in the kitchen and went to check, finding empty water bottles scattered on the floor. They brushed it off as the wind, but minutes later, they heard footsteps running through the kitchen. Scared, they realized no one was home but them. They all left, terrified, and my son stayed outside with the dog until I got home. Even our dog seems to sense something. At night, he'll stand in the house and stare down the long hallway that leads to my room, barking and growling as he slowly backs away, clearly scared. But when we look down the hallway, we don't see anything. The most terrifying experience I've had happened about 3 weeks ago. I was asleep in bed, with my back facing my husband. I woke up, feeling what I thought was my husband gently hugging me and wrapping his leg around mine. But soon I realized it wasn't him. I heard a mischievous giggle, and whatever was holding me started tightening its grip. I could barely move. It had me so tightly. I managed to free one arm and tried to jab my finger into its eye, but when I did, there was nothing, just an empty eye socket. It laughed even louder. I couldn't call out to my husband because I was being squeezed so tightly. I couldn't breathe or speak. Terrified, I must have passed out from lack of oxygen, and when I woke up moments later, it was gone. That entire week, I struggled to sleep, fearing it would come back. What makes this even harder for me is that I don't believe in ghosts. But whatever this is, it feels evil, and I just want it to stop. It's now 2009, I'm 36 years old, and I've been dealing with this presence since I was 7. Why is it targeting my son? Could it have something to do with my broken childhood? My father abandoned me when I was 6, right after my mother passed away. Soon after, I was sexually molested. Later, in my teen years, I was raped. I was angry at God for so long, through most of my childhood and into my early 20s. I was highly suicidal during that time, and it was around then that all of this started, and it hasn't stopped since. I'm no longer angry at God. I love Him with all my heart, but I feel like whatever this thing is, it's trying to break me down. It feels like it's struggling for my soul, trying to drag me back to that weak, sad, angry girl I used to be.